Well, good evening and welcome back to what is becoming a very familiar place for me. It's another night of SFL rookie draft action. Talented panel alongside me tonight include two SFLM owners and also a very familiar face on the broadcasting team. But before I get into that, I want to give a quick shout out to Mike O'Neill, Axel Raven, and also John Fortin, who's with us tonight in the SFL rookie combine last night, and that has culminated into what we will see unfold tonight. Starting on the far right, coming from SFL headquarters, Tyler Falk. Good evening to you, Tyler. What's going on?
Well, good day, Jacob. Hello, SFL Nation. It is a very interesting draft night here to begin season 22. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Cam for not only having me on the show, but having me at SFL headquarters, as you aforementioned. And I am a super sub, as some would say, as the always enamoring and always phenomenal member of our community, Eddie Gage, who was supposed to be on the show. Unfortunately, it was hit with a very traumatic, close relationship, a little bit of strife in his family. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Eddie Gage tonight and his family. But no, looking forward to season 22 and looking forward to welcoming 75 new rookies to the SFL.
Well said, Tyler, and a warm welcome to you. Alongside him in the middle of the analysts tonight is Philadelphia co-owner Jason Peace. Jason,
I'm doing great, man. Just ready to take that first step into replacing Mel Kiper. Excited to be here. Excited to see the minor league season was amazing. Excited to see where these people go, and with some of the changes that are made, see if this draft shapes up as a pretty unique draft. So ready to get it started.
and also with us this evening is another SFLM co-owner. It's none other than John Fullerton, a returning face to the draft panel. What's going on, John?
What's going on, Jacob? What's going on, SFL community, M community? Back here again. What was this, night 2? Some SFL action. Last night combine was pretty awesome, and back at it again to get this draft going. See everybody make that next step.
And with that, we get underway. The Denver Nightwings have the rights to the #1 overall pick, and they will jump on with the first selection. Going to transition back to you, Tyler. This is a pick that could go a number of different directions. How are you fancying this one going?
When I look at Denver, and it was a pretty tumultuous season for the Nightwings, only finishing at 3-9 this past season, in season 21. And one thing I was really looking forward to for them to do last season, and what they've tried to do, is really get Bailey O'Shaughnessy going in the run game. Last season, they tried to get it done. They had everything set up to get it done. They were the number 15th team in rush offense, just under 150 yards rushing on the season for Denver. And what could really put them over the edge is right now they have no contracted offensive lineman. One of these rookie offensive linemen could really come into Denver and make an immediate impact with that team, not just for Bailey O'Shaughnessy on the ground, but for Gene Struthers in the passing game as well.
So a number of ways that Denver could take here with this pick. We're going to flip to you, Jason. This is a pick that could end up being a real franchise cornerstone pick, or also just a pick that could fit a specific need for Denver. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, I mean, they do have a couple pressing needs. I think we're going to find out real quick with this pick how important people are going to look at having that second running back. So right now, I mean, I don't see how you look much further than Isaac Knox. He had 1,100 rushing yards within 3 games of a regular season, 4 games. He's right now, he looks like the top back coming out. They could go O-line, but I think if teams do value that halfback 2 position with the 0 stamina, and going into the season, I think if they pass up on that running back, they're not going to get the pick of what they want at all. I think there's going to be a run on them, and I think Isaac Knox would be a great way to start here.
Isaac Knox, of course, cut from the Chicago cloth. John, that's a guy that led the SFLM in rushing yards, so certainly understandable a talent like that could go number 1 here. Are you thinking a different direction, though?
When I was looking at their team, I would love to say, go ahead and pick Knox, fellow Chicago Warrior right there. But just looking at the roster, I mean, they got 3 wide receivers right now. Could definitely get that 4th one. I would personally go with probably getting somebody on the O-line when you only have 2 that's really available. So, I think what I went with was first pick was probably Carly Forge. So, another Chicagoan at least, but offensive line, just get that, O-line going and then come back around and get your 4th wide receiver. So I would say O-line first.
Ali Forge, a name that was tossed around, also available at the offensive line position. A bit of scarcity there. We welcome in Commissioner Cameron Ovine for the first pick of round 1 in the season 22 rookie draft.
Thank you, Jacob, and hope everybody's having a great draft night. Let us know how everything is sounding out there, and hopefully we're doing okay with this makeshift setup. Tyler Falk's here in studio with us. We couldn't find the second webcam there. Yeah, see the hand? See, for real, it is actually happening. Here we go. With the first pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select running back Ace Ketchum. The number 2 pick is on the clock. That belongs to Indianapolis by way of Mexico City.
Ace is actually the top-rated running back if you look as far as overalls go. So it's not a big surprise. He has a great season in Nashville. He's going to play in a championship. He's an active player. His teammates all rally around him every game. So that's a great pick. They must have saw something that they wanted there, and they're getting a great back. And we might see the running backs go faster than we ever have in the first round, if that's any indication right there.
Absolutely. New league rules certainly indicate that there could be a flow-on of running backs taken in this draft by teams that only have contracted. Tyler, was this the thinking that you had, or is this a bit of a surprise for you?
Actually, it's also a solid pick, because again, the run game was about middling, like I said, 15th last season. At the same time, you see a lot of teams who worked with a 2-back system. We look at Louisiana, who still have the top 2 contracted running backs coming into season 22, just as they came into season 21 about. So you look at a lot of teams, and especially with the new recent rule changes coming into season 22, where we're going to see a lot of tire backs, and we're going to see a lot more depth of the running back position coming up in season 22. At least that's projected. So what's going to happen is these 2 backs are going to see a lot more touches. So Ace is going to get some touches in Denver, even though he's already going to get them already based on playbook scheming and everything. He's going to get even more touches when O'Shaughnessy gets tired. So I think just to keep the ball rolling on the ground, so to speak, is a great job. Again, I would like to see offensive linemen here to help Bailey O'Shaughnessy, but a backup running back which can help you later in games is also good too.
Absolutely. Certainly, offensive line was the thinking. Looking at a couple of mock drafts, Carly Forge was a name we tossed around. The namesake, Stefan Forge, obviously in the leadership there in Denver, but they go with the running back at number 1. We then transition on to the number 2 overall pick. This is one of 2 that Indianapolis have in the top 5. This one belonged to Mexico City. A trade occurred last season, and now it sits with Indianapolis. John, could go a number of different ways. New leadership in Indianapolis with Robert Cherry, the new general manager. Where do you see this one going?
With this one, I was looking at possibly an old line going again. With this one, it's going to be an Olin thump for me. Looking at their roster already, again, they only have 3 wide receivers as it is. No, like I said, no center or whatnot. That's what I would go for, is at least somebody on the old line. Hurry up and get these guys before they're gone. But again, now with the first pick, maybe the Ramblers might be looking towards another running back. They said they got another pick at 4, and then I think they don't have another pick for a minute. So they say I would say go offensive line, but they might go maybe another running back.
We have a look at Ace Ketchum, the number 1 overall pick. Get some of his tape. As mentioned, he was the top-rated SFL back in terms of talent. Not so much production that went to Isaac Knox, but certainly plenty that he will bring to Denver as a more explosive back. Plenty of moves in his repertoire. Offensive line, definitely a shout here for Indianapolis, looking to add some support for Christian Pierce, either with an offensive lineman or a extra tailback sitting behind him in the depth chart. Tyler, this is your team. Can you give us any insight into how your off-season is going, or has gone, I should say, and what you're looking forward to here for Indianapolis?
As a lot of people I've known, and I'm no longer the GM over there. We brought in a lot of talented people over the off season. That's going to continue here with this pick. And a lot of people are saying, or I think Jason or John, you guys were saying it might not be wide receiver, but as you might remember or hark back to, we did have a 4 wide receiver set last season. We departed from Jay Viper over the offseason, and I think we're going to go right back to maybe picking up another wide receiver here. Again, I'm not in the war room. I don't know what's going on, but just having targets for Christian Pierce and Colin Pierce to look for, I think, is going to be the game plan for Indy.
Well, B, and Henry McGee is a name that hasn't been brought up just yet, but will be mentioned a number of times tonight as the clear number 1 wide receiver option available in the draft. With that, Commissioner Cameron Irvine has Indianapolis' pick at number 2.
With the second pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select wide receiver Devin Lloyd. The number 3 pick goes to Atlanta. You're on the clock.
There you go. It is a wide receiver. Tyler Falk on the money there. Devin Lloyd is the next one up for the Indianapolis Ramblers. Joins an already talented receiving core that features the lead man in Ryan Roosevelt. Straight to you, Jason. This is certainly an intriguing pick at number 2. He was he put up some really good numbers in the SFL. Talk us through this pick of Devin Lloyd.
I was with John on this. I really thought they were going to go O-line. They only have 2 on the roster, and they do like to run the ball with Christian Pierce. I didn't see McGee just because of that $2 million cap hit. I think we're going to have to see someone that has and Indy does not have the 27, I don't believe. So they've got a little over like $2.3 million to play with here. But a good pick. Lloyd showed out in the combine last night, so I think they've got something cooking here, and we'll see what they come back with at 4.
Some highlights here of Devin Lloyd's season in the SFL. Plenty of action. He likes to play in between the numbers, as you see here. A lot of inside routes that he can run on, but will certainly be a really good feature piece in the slot. Tyler, this must be a pick that excites you.
Very much so. And you talk about the slot and just the route running that Lloyd brings to the table. A lot of these crossing routes, a lot of catches in traffic, especially there against Pittsburgh. This is something that I can already imagine Adam and Chad were just salivating over, trying to think, all right, we got a guy that can route one. We got a guy that can get over the middle of the field and get open quickly for Pierce to get the ball to.
Indeed, and we'll move over to the next pick here. Atlanta sit at number 3. We were already talking about offensive linemen. The two main ones are still on the board here. John, this could go in a number of different directions. Atlanta had a strong offseason in terms of retention, but also brought in some really key pieces from Sioux Falls in Kay Marion and also Jason Williams. Where do you see this pick going?
For Atlanta, just looking at their roster, obviously right now, they don't need really no wide receivers. They have 2 running backs as well too. I was gonna go in defensive end. James Ramos. Another Chicagoan. I know Ramos. He has a great presence in the locker room. This is definitely something that he would just bring that fun, that good energy to a locker room like Atlanta, and there you go. There's your defensive end.
There's Ramos, considered one of the top defensive linemen in the SFL, and also this position has been seen to be quite a luxury over this offseason. Plenty of teams scrambling to get edge rushers on their roster. Tyler, is this the same thinking as you, or do you think Atlanta have another need that they could fill here with the top pick?
Well, let's stray away from defensive linemen real quick. They're really solid in terms of DBs. They got 6 DBs currently on the roster with 4 safeties and 2 quarterbacks, but maybe another slot back could maybe someone to develop behind Miraculous and Hardaway to really help them out in the defensive back section. But if they want to go a different way, they fill out the rest of that interior line. They get a 5th offensive lineman. They really start to control the offensive line.
Pick is in from Atlanta. We've got shouts of potential offense or defensive pick. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to announce the pick.
My mic wasn't on anyway, so all that stuff was a mute point. Oh man, we're off to a great start here. There it is. I finally found it. Okay, you didn't miss anything. I was just pointing out that Optimus pointed out my flaws in the chat, and then I made another flaw. And here we go. All right, this will be a memorable pick. With the number 3 pick in the SFL Season 22 Rookie Draft, the Atlanta Swarm select wide receiver Henry McGee. The 4th pick in the draft is back to Indianapolis. You're on the clock.
Well, we did not see that one coming, but that is a huge selection. Henry McGee going at number 3 overall, and added to an already stacked wide receiver core there in Atlanta. And Bryant Dynasty is going to have an absolute ball throwing it out this season. John, this is your guy. Tell us about Henry McGee.
McGee, it's not really much. When it comes to McGee, he's been great this season. I just hope that he realizes that he has a game to play in a couple of days. So he can't quite report to Atlanta quite yet because we still have a championship to win. So, but McGee, no, he's been great this season. Great locker room presence. I know once he hits that pro level, everything he's been doing at SFLM, he's going to bring up to the pro level. So I'm very happy for him. Definitely. I will say with the pick, didn't really see that coming. But either way, I'm still happy for McGee. Hey, start putting that work in now. So.
They should have mentioned the SFLM title game that will be airing in the new year. The Nashville Tempo won last night over the Pittsburgh Riverhogs, and they will go to Chicago to play out for the SFLM title. Henry McGee, someone we've just a ton of top-end speed. Tyler, we've seen go back-to-back here. This is a massive pick, especially considering they just added Kay Marion, who was a top 5 wide receiver last season, into the 3 slot. So this seems like an absolute luxury pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about at the minor league production. McGee currently 9 total touchdowns, averaging over 100 receiving yards a game, 4th in that category. Receiving just under 700 a game, that's also at 4th. He has done everything he needed to do as far as, you know, I can talk the talk, but he's walking the walk. And so that's great news for Atlanta to say, you know, I need to go 5 wide here. I need a reliable guy. I need a guy who's going to come in and make the play. McGee is your guy.
This is a with a ton of talent adding to a team that really needed it. And Atlanta struggling to sort of get above the curve. Perhaps Henry McGee is going to be the key to that success in season 2. Jason, going back to Indianapolis, they have already picked up their wide receiver in Shocker. We've still got those 2 offensive linemen on the board. Is this the pick where we see one of Thump or Carly Forge go, or are Indianapolis looking at something else?
I think it could be either one of those, or this could be Knox. It could be one of the backs here easily. And going back to that McGee pick real quick, I think they saw what 99 speed does in the minors, and if anything, you put him at kick return, and he's getting you an extra 10 yards at field position almost every time, because he's just that 99 speed's a game changer. So, but I think here, yeah, I think we see the running back, or since the offensive lineman's still there, yeah, either one of those. I had him going running back here in the 4 spot, so I'll stick with it. And who did I have for them? Got them all my papers mixed up now. I had Brandon Brenenstall here, but I don't know if that's going to be the pick, but it's going to be running back.
Brenenstall was an absolute thrill to watch in the SFL. Very rarely do you see a running back sort of take on the track move as much as he does, but he was an absolute showstopper. John Fullerton, we mentioned Isaac Knox, the Chicago. He led the league in yardages. Do you think he is the top 5 pick here for?
It's actually kind of funny because on mine I had actually Lloyd going with this pick. So like the second pick for Ramblers is going to be offensive line and Lloyd for this one. So it might be flipped around. Kind of like what Jason said too. They might go running back. I mean, they still, as far as cap or whatever else, like they got it with him with Knox. I mean, like I say, bringing Knox in, again, workhorse, done great for us, for the Warriors, and things like that too. So, I think I'm still gonna push out, the offensive line. So I think this one I would say that probably go with Thump. Thump on this one.
Wait no more. The Indianapolis pick at number 4 is in. Commissioner Countermats.
With the 4th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select running back Tino Sosa. The 5th pick is Tulsa. You're on the clock.
There we go. We'll look back at the right position, but no mention of Tino Sosa. He is the number 4 pick going to the Ramblers. Tyler, another feature piece to add to this Indianapolis offense. How are you feeling about this one?
Honestly, I'm a little shocked. We went with another running back, Tino Sosa, and Sosa is a fantastic guy. Don't get me wrong. That's not why I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they're taking carries away from the fridge. That's I kind of feel happy for the fridge. They gets another back around with him, with everything changing for a different kind of pace, as we see here with Sosa, and that's what Sosa brings to the table, a change of pace in the running game. I would have seen maybe a tight end was also maybe an option for us at this pick, but when we take a look at Sosa and just in general for Sosa, he's just character. He's a character back. He's able to add a little bit of spice in the run game, especially in short yard situations where Indy struggled mightily in the red zone trying to get points. And so Sosa, if he's able to do what he did with San Jose, I think we'll be in good shape in season 22.
Sosa showed a lot of his repertoire in that highlight reel there, and I want to give a shout out to all the rookies who highlight reels. We saw a ton of them come through over the last few days. It's awesome to have those on display as each pick comes in to show exactly what these teams are getting for their team. John, this is a team obviously we're looking at Isaac Knox. It's not Isaac Knox, but Tino Sosa still brings plenty of to the table for Indianapolis.
Yeah, even last night when we were in, at the combine, Sosa was showing out. Definitely Sosa was doing good and things like that too. And actually former teammate from the Rattlesnakes too. Sosa like another great locker room personnel. Just switching over to obviously running back because he used to be defensive back. Sosa put that work in, and on at the gym or whatever to get his progressions going and things like that too. So obviously this is not a bad pick. Kind of surprised again that they would not go Knox way, but obviously looking at Sosa too. He's close to there with his progressions too, and it's still not a bad pick. So definitely congrats Sosa, and again, time to put that work in.
Absolutely love the pick of Tino Sosa. There's still plenty of running backs on the board to be taken. And speaking of teams that may look at a running back, we've got Tulsa at pick number 5, new quarterback in town for the Desperados. Michael Brown is the new face in the absence of JQ. The pick's in. I'll come back to Jason when we've got the announcement. Commissioner Cameron Irvine.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 5th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select wide receiver Alexander West. The 6th pick belongs to Jacksonville. The Kings are on the clock.
We're talking about a character pick in Tino Sosa. Speaking of character picks, Alexander West is the next wide receiver to be taken off the board. That's 3 now inside the top 5. Jason, plenty to love about this pick here by Tulsa.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I said before we started that I was going to swing for the fences tonight, and I was going to swing or miss, and so far I'm about to go in two outs already. But no, didn't see it coming. I thought this was going to be offensive linemen, the way they like to load up on the tight ends and run the ball, and they do like to throw the ball all over the place too. So I guess you never know what they're going to do. So it's no surprise to me that this is a little bit of a surprising pick. I didn't see it coming. I'm pretty much sharing the brain with John, so John, don't let me down and say you didn't see it coming either.
I saw it coming. I saw it coming.
Did you? Great pick, though. Great pick.
I've heard some stuff. Yeah, I saw that coming. I
tried to stay away from the spoilers, and tried to come up with it, but yeah, I did not see it coming. So I guess we broke up on this one.
Yeah.
So this is a team that probably needed some receivers on their roster to add with Gabriel Manning. Tyler, there's plenty to like about this pick. Talk us through Alexander West and what he brings to the Desperados.
So what he adds and what he brings is a dynamic in the passing game for Tulsa. Is last season, especially with the highest paid receiver, Gabriel Manning, receiving more passing targets and receptions than the halfback core, fullback core, and wide receiving cores combined. What Tulsa is probably gearing up to do with this pick is to try and take some of the load off of Gabriel Manning to really make defenses really think about who they're going to guard. Are they going to really just continue to focus on Manning because he has been their bell cow, he has been the guy to go to, or they start maybe trying to get a lot more of of everybody else involved for Tulsa, instead of just trying to yuck the ball deep for Manning. You got Robinson's there, and you got Jay Viper coming over as well. So this is a big. This is going to have to be a change for Tulsa. They're going to have to get some diversity in the passing game.
So they mentioned the addition of Jay Viper, but also Phoenix Jones was the other big signing over the offseason. He is the new bell cow back in Tulsa in the place of Douglas Brown, who retired over the offseason. Jacksonville straight up. The picks are coming in thick and fast here in round 1. Commissioner Cameron Ovine to announce the next pick.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 6th pick of the Season 22 SFL Rookie Draft, the Jacksonville Kings select... Not that one. Man, Tyler, we were on a roll. We were booking it. Ah, that is such a bummer. Alexander East. With the 6th pick of the SFL Season 22 Rookie Draft, the Jacksonville Kings select strong safety Dylan Bamseler. The 7th pick is back to Tulsa. You are on the clock by way of Los Angeles.
Plenty of needs that they could fill here with this next pick. Talk us through what you think they're doing.
Well, I had him go and catch him earlier, so that one got foiled by Denver. So this is another place where I feel like I'm a broken record yelling for that halfback 2 position. But that's what I would go with there. And this is my last baseball reference, but I'd be down 2 outs now. So I didn't see that last one coming either. But hey, you try to get creative, and then you start realizing that you started a draft sitting in a bar stool. It might not have been the greatest idea, but we're gonna get through it.
We love the draft. You can never fully tell what's going to happen. It's hard to read the minds of GMs in the league, but John Martin over there in Jacksonville picks up another member of the secondary. Tyler, we haven't seen a second running back for a little bit. Haven't seen any offensive linemen come off the board here. They obviously, Tulsa have got one in Marcelo Martin. Is that the direction you think Tulsa goes here?
That's a fantastic question, Jacob. And of course, the defense for Tulsa at the moment, it looks solid now. It looks like they've got enough for everybody to really play. So it really begs the question: is when do they start going and getting more of the offensive line? When do these 3 offensive linemen on the board start coming off the board? And to me, there's only 2 options. You go here. You either go with the offensive lineman, you get your offensive lineman. They're very, very slim pickings, as it always is, it seems, for us at offensive linemen in the last couple drafts, or you pick up another tailback to back up Phoenix Jones to add another wrinkle in that game, which it really has only been for Tulsa. It's always either been Manning or bust. And so you have to develop develop this team just a little bit. You have to add a wrinkle to your game plan. Otherwise, it's going to be another struggle of a season for Tulsa.
Well, I've got the picks still, both offensive linemen on the board to potentially join Phoebe Collins, but also shouts of a second running back. Commissioner Cameron Irvine to tell us who Tulsa have taken.
With the seventh pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select halfback Dion James. Alamo City, by way of Queen City, earlier today, you were on the clock with the 8th pick.
Oh, it's another tailback, but one that we have not talked about yet. Dion James is going to Tulsa to join the fresh face in Phoenix Jones. Plenty to talk about here with another pick off the board at that running back position. But again, we're still waiting to see one of the top 2 names on the board. Dion James is coming out of Lexington. Jason, this is certainly an intriguing pick for the Desperados, digging right into the running back stocks and picking up someone who we haven't necessarily mentioned yet.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's, with us, it's maybe not the best, the most talented player that gets it. It's the best fit in your locker room and the best fit for you. I know when I was drafted, I wasn't the top-rated inside linebacker, and I went as the first inside linebacker taken because we hit it off in Houston really, really well. So, that could be the case. Not to say Dion James ran all over people. He had bright spots. And, anytime you got a player that's there and progressing on time, you feel good, you go with them. I'm not surprised they went running back. They must have just saw something in James that they really liked and felt that he would fit right in.
I've got my suspicions that the name of this player might have something to do with it. Dion James joining up with Dion Hawkins in Tulsa to be that second tailback. John, Isaac Knox is still sitting there waiting to be picked up. It's not the pick that we're sort of waiting for these top guys to go off, but what does Dion James bring to the table here in Tulsa?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at him, 6'2", 220, his speed and agility, are both 70, 77. Obviously, just kind of like what Jason said too, maybe just the locker room fit. Once he gets over there, they'll kind of progress him a certain way and kind of, just say, hey, this is what we're going to have for you or whatever, and just do it that way. I actually had them kind of going with a surprise pick and go with a kicker, because obviously they need that spot, and, they don't really have another spot till the 30th pick. So, like you said, again, with the running backs too, maybe they saw something in James and they just say, hey, we like your build, and we'll just go from there and just help you out from now. So,
well, good to see Dion James get taken at such a high pick. Tyler, we're positioning over to the Alamo City Artillery. This is a team that walks in with one of the deepest rosters in the league. It's hard to pick what Alamo City might do here. It's like trying to get a gift for someone who has everything. It seems like this is a development piece, if anything. What do you think is the thinking here?
Well, from a more of an old school mentality type of guy like myself, I see one glaring hole that I think they've almost purposely left open, and Alamo City does not have a fullback. This is where we could see Stanley Younger come off the board and go to Alamo City, and then they would have everything. They would have every single position filled, every single position that they would like to have filled. So my pick is Stanley Younger for this one. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's what's going to happen.
It's a great call. I did not pick that up on their roster. They do not have a contract fullback. Rainstorm was their fullback last season. He's now second running back behind Brad Jones. So there is a vacancy there. There is only one fullback sitting there pretty on the board. Stanley Younger, part of the Natural Tempo squad. Jason, is that the thinking here, or is there another piece that you think could go here to Alamo City?
No, they really don't have a lot of needs. I mean, they could go a third cornerback, a third tight end. They traded up, so I would think, to try to get a shot at Younger. I thought Younger was going to get picked the spot before this, so maybe Michaela Foraker would have been the pick to join Rob. But I think that they landed just perfect for them. They moved up to just the right spot and did their homework, and they're going to get their guy in Younger.
Forgot about that, to be honest with you. That happened earlier today. There were a couple of trades that were confirmed last night that we'll come across as we get further into the first round. But Alamo City did move up into the 8th overall pick. And again, perhaps that's what the objective was to make sure that they landed this fullback and completed their roster. John, there's other things. Let's just talk about the Alamo City roster for a little bit. What stands out for you when you look at this team and the pieces they added in the offseason?
I mean, looking at the roster, I mean, right now they, like Jason said, I mean, they kind of got everything. I mean, just by kind of what I've been hearing too is, you know, especially with them making these moves and trading up, it does sound like they're going to try to get Michaela. You know, that's something that I've been hearing a lot about. And, you know, obviously with them moving on up to these different spots, maybe that's what they were trying to do. But like I said, they have everything. You know, maybe not go with the 5th wide receiver, but I think with them moving on up to go up all this way, they're gonna go with Michaela.
Foraker certainly in contention for this pick, but also rumblings that she might go away from Rob in her SFL career. But Commissioner Cameron Irvine to tell us Alamo City's pick.
With the 8th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select cornerback Michaela Foraker. The 9th pick is Motor City. You're on the clock.
There you go. JW Hartshorn's mock draft was on the money. And furthermore, John Fullerton was on the money. Michaela Foraker moving over from the Chicago Warriors, I should say. Forgot the name. John, this is a character that has been a real influence in your locker room, always in game chats every time Chicago plays. Tell us everything, Michaela Foraker.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I spoke to her, you know, just a couple times here and there, and you know, she definitely told me how excited she is for the next level. You know, just kind of waking up today and seeing, you know, Alamo City make these moves, I was like, yeah, I think they're gonna probably get her. You know, even during the season too, like you said, great locker room presence. Again, I have to keep on telling all these Warriors because at the end of the day, we still got a game in a couple of days. So enjoy the night. Don't get too partied out. But no, it's a great pick. You know, I'm excited for her. Like I said, again, you know, I've been hearing too a lot of stuff about this pick and great presence in the locker room. She'll definitely bring a great attitude, great work ethic, and everything to Alamo City. Great pick.
I love this wasn't the fullback who were thinking here, but also worth noting that they have plenty of roster flexibility to potentially sub someone else in as a fullback. Rainstorm was that designated fullback last season, but also they could do Minnesota's sub either Hank Earl Troll or Garrison Blue into the backfield. How do you feel about this pick?
No, I think it's a great pick. And it goes to show you, if you trade up for a draft, you're trading up to get somebody of value, of need, of necessity. And again, so many great things heard about Michaela, so many great things heard about her work ethic, her personality. This is a fantastic pick for Alamo City. And of course, there's still plenty more room for Alamo City to go ahead and get a fullback here. Or like you said, put Hank Earl Troll back there, Garrison Blue, which is probably the more professional way to go about it. But still, Alamo City just did a fantastic job here, and it goes to show you, if everyone's talking about you moving up and looking for somebody, it's probably going to happen.
Totally, and a great pick, the family ties coming into play here for Alamo City. Michaela Thorica going to the artillery. Jason, Motor City is up here. There have been rumblings that this is the quarterback selection, but they've got plenty of picks that they can take and use tonight to pick up their new franchise piece. Are you thinking quarterback here, or another direction to fill another need first?
I don't think quarterback here because I think San Diego is the only other team that needs a quarterback, and Motor City has another pick before they do. So I think they take what they want here, and they still get their pick of quarterbacks in the second round. They have a lot of holes. You know, you got running back, you got the quarterback. Obviously, they could go offensive line. They need a defensive end. They need linebacker help. So the world is their oyster on this one. I have actually figured that the third lineman was going to fall to them here, but now you've got Carly Ford staring you right there in the face, and maybe they want to go offensive line here. But really, I mean, the top running backs are still there. There's still Havo Ramsey is still there. If they want to get cornerback depth, they've got a lot of ways they could go here with this one.
Probably plenty of directions that this pick could go in. The top quarterback, King Jackson, sitting there waiting to be taken. San Diego did sign Johnny Pickler in the off-season. They got him back, so this is the only team that needs a number one quarterback. Any other team that would be a number two option. Motor City, this pick is in. Commissioner Cameron over on Twin Outs.
Before we get to the 9th pick, we have a trade. Carolina has traded the 10th pick to Queen City. In exchange, Carolina will get Queen City's 17th pick and their first-round pick in Season 23. So Queen City has moved up to the 10th pick. They're on the clock after this. With the 9th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Motor City V8 select quarterback King Jackson. Queen City, you're on the clock with the 10th pick.
There you go. It is the cornerback. King Jackson is the first signal caller taken off the board. Motor City gets their number one guy, and lucky me, I was involved closely with the Pittsburgh Riverhogs this season, given that it's mostly a Charleston Field staff room. There were rumblings about this one across the off-season, given the signing of Himothy Mossam King. In fact, I think there's a new name to that player now, but also just some connections in this Motor City team to King Jackson, and now they get their number one quarterback in the replacement of Ibrahim Krieta and Michael Brown from last season. Tyler, it's a quarterback, it's King Jackson. How are you feeling about this pick for Motor City?
Well, he certainly has a lot to live up to, and at the moment, they just have one quarterback, and we know how Motor City loved that two-quarterback system last season, and so it very well could be that we see another quarterback come off the board for Motor City. At the same time, however, what you have to look at for King and for Motor City and what they have to like about King Jackson is his vision. We saw on the quick highlight reel, he's able to fit passes in very, very tight windows. So I'm actually very happy for Motor City and looking at going out and getting the best rated quarterback in the minor league. That is not a two-way player. That may be like the old term, but I'm still old school. We'll call it that. But no, this is a good pick for Motor City. I like that they have found a quarterback with vision.
Jackson coming across. I want to correct myself. It's Harana Queen Jackson, the new wide receiver one in Motor City, coming over from Vancouver. And King Jackson also has Alexa Guy Clausen, Shane Kaufman, and Johan Sutherland, who are all returning to the team along with his talented tight end group with the likes of Phil Koss and Azami Mahada. They also signed Torino Rivera from San Diego, former fullback, turned running back, another super talented member of this offense. So the sky is really the limit for Motor City, and they've now got a new face to lead their team into season 22. Queen City traded up with Carolina. They now sit here at number 10. There's plenty that could go down here with this pick. Jason, what do you think Queen City have moved up for?
At this point, I think I'm going to take my mock draft and throw it on the dartboard, and just throw darts at it. And they could have moved up for that offensive line. That halfback's still there. There's somebody there that we've been talking about this whole time that dropped down. I don't believe Queen City obviously didn't get to the 27, so they're going to be looking at cap money on some things. But there's not a lot of really, really expensive rookies out there, so I think they're going to be fine. Halfback, I'm going to keep saying it because one of these times I'm going to be right. And I think this is where Isaac Knox comes on. He's the guy in the green room. Come on, Isaac Knox. This is where it happens right here.
Certainly a running back could be the pick here, but John, there's still plenty of needs here on this Queen City depth chart. And what stands out to me is they've only got one defensive lineman as we look in on Tom Welsh, the new majority owner in Queen City. And furthermore, I mean, look, we've got only Chad Stinson is the lone lineman on the Queen City roster, and there have been no defensive linemen taken. We talked a couple of times about potentially a player going off in that position. John, what's the thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, I would say first, congrats to King Jackson. I saw that coming. Jason, I'm like 2 to 9 from the free throw line right now. So, but back to Queen. Well, back to Queen City. Just look at the roster. Right now they got they got 3 wide receivers. Obviously they saw something that was going on and they said, okay, well we need to hurry up and make something. We need to hurry up and make a pick. So, 3 wide receivers. Like you said, 1 defensive line. I mean, they could go ahead and just take Ramos right now. Like I said, or I would say either go maybe a wide receiver or a defensive line. Like I said, Knox, I would definitely like to see Knox go, but just looking at it right now, like I said, 3 wide receivers, 1 defensive end. Yeah, I would say either at least wide receiver or defensive end on this one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we've had 9 picks so far, and only 1 of them has been on the defensive side of the ball. We've talked about James Ramos, the top-rated defensive end, but in my opinion, Emmanuel Petrilla is staring me right in the face at the moment. There's 2 defensive tackles on the board. They don't have anyone on that position. Given it's such a luxury. That's also a real possibility here. Queen City, they've traded up for the 10th overall pick, and that pick in Commissioner Cameron O'Brien.
With the 10th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select linebacker Casper Haddock. Portland is on the clock with the 11th pick.
Bring to the Queen City locker room. John, this is one of your guys from last season. He's a huge piece that Queen City have just added.
Yeah, Casper, the defensive ghost. We call him a few different times. But no, honestly, great pick. Like I said, just again, looking at their roster, obviously they needed some defense. So, with Casper, again, great locker room, just activity, just the way he is. Done great during the season. Definitely, happy for him and excited to see what he's going to do in this next level. Great pick.
Seeing his highlights here, he's a real run stopper in the middle of that defense. Follows with Kappa Jones and also Wolf Highwind and Luke Swift, who make up that fresh Queen City linebacking core. Tyler, no defensive lineman pick here. They're still stuck with only Chad Stinson, but still plenty to follow on with later on in the draft. How do you feel about this pick?
I like the way that Haddock is able to get off his blocks and get into the holes of that offensive line to stop the run. That's what he did. He does so much with Chicago. He's going to do it at least one more time on the first in the championship game, and he's going to be a real force at the next level as well. To me, it almost seems like a decision of intent for Queen City, going more of a 3-4 look rather than a traditional 4-3. How how often those two defensive schemes get rotated off and on, depending on game planning and situational awareness. At the same time, Queen City do have a lot of picks, and so they should be able to pick up a few more defensive linemen. But if some teams come in and swoop their picks up from underneath them, they could more rely on Haddock to be a more prolific member, more full-time, rather than not.
There's still plenty of pieces to fill in Queen City, but definitely a fair shout that it's a bit of a signal of intent on Tom Welsh and Coach Chad Stinson over there in Queen City. Portland is on the clock next. We talked about interior defensive line earlier. I feel like this is a pretty safe bet that this is going to be either Petrilla or the other option on the board here at that defensive line position in Bubba Bruiser. This offense looks pretty stacked, Jason. Is there something else that could go off the board here, perhaps a tight end 2 or a second running back, or are we looking to continue on the defensive track, I should say?
Well, no, you would think that they're going to plug those holes in the middle. Some teams had some success in the minors this year moving linebackers onto the line, but I don't know if it's an interior spot in D tackle. They do have 4 linebackers, so they could possibly look at doing something like that. But no, I think you plug up the middle here. They probably didn't think that offensive lineman would fall to them at this point. That 5th offensive lineman could be an option, but no, I think you see Petrilla here. I'd love to see somebody from Philly get their name called. He's a great guy in the locker room, progressed on time. That would be a fantastic pick, and would love to see him go right here.
I look in there at the Portland Fleet War Room, and still, we mentioned those 2 interior tackles, but also the possibility of moving someone like James Ramos to the inside. They lost Jabu McSlim and a couple of other pieces in their defense this offseason. Still some gaps to fill. John, your thoughts on this Portland selection?
I think with Portland, Kyle just said, you definitely can look at, the offensive line falling down to them. Maybe they wanted to go, because I haven't gone defensive tackle, Pedrillia, but again, I think this one, they can go either one with offensive line or defensive line. I think that's what they would really look at. I mean, looking at the roster, they already have the 2 running backs, 4 wide receivers. So I would say going defensive tackle on this one, going Pedrilli.
It was a very active offseason for the Fleet. Scott Johnson was a wide receiver last season. He's back at running back. They added Terrell Cooper into the wide receiving core that also consists of Israel Adams, Michael Knight, and Ryan Davis. The offensive line looks very strong as well. There's plenty of directions that this could go in. Feeling that defensive line is the key need for the Fleet. Over to you, Cam.
With the 11th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet select defensive tackle Bubba Bruiser. The 12th pick in the draft is Houston's. You're on the clock. And by the way, Sudo Nakai wants to know, Jason, what video games you got in the background there.
It's the some of the one-up games. So they've got Pac-Man on them, and to be honest with you, they're more decorations these days than anything. We're too busy to play them, but it's got a little bit of everything on it. Me and Wendy would go back and forth on Galaga.
Someone is going to be knocking down your door to go and play that sometime soon, I'm sure. Bring it to the next convention, perhaps. Portland takes one of 2 defensive tackles available. It's Bubba Bruiser going off the board here. Who have I not gone to? Tyler. It's a pick that certainly feels a big need for Portland. How are you feeling?
No, good, solid pick there by Bubba Bruiser. Again, we just take a look at some of his highlights. He's able to bust through the interior of offensive lines with authority, and of course we saw it last night just trying to just make something happen against Chicago. And he's going to be able to immediately step into his role with the fleet, with those boats, as we admirably call them sometimes as rivals. But no, the fleet have got themselves a gem here with Bruiser.
Well, Emmanuel Petrilla still on the board, but Bubba Bruiser has shown a heap of talent at that interior line position. The likes of Robert Brower and Ricky Phillips on the inside line. Ricky Phillips was very impressive last for the rookies, so Portland go ahead and pick up another rookie defensive lineman and continue further on. Jason, your Houston Headhunters are on the board here. Talk us through how your off-season went and how you're feeling about the selection.
Off season was great. It was a busy one with me and Chris both working, in Philly. But was able to bring Chris along over to Houston with me, which was not, me and him are I'm on the phone with him almost daily now. So to have him on the team with us is good. We added Prime, we added some key pieces. Actually, then I really don't know where we're going with this pick. I kind of took myself out of the draft process. Just mainly for the show, and didn't want to give anything away, so I really don't know where we're going here. I can say that I don't think we expected to see an offensive lineman fall that far either. I'm gonna find out with you guys. She's sitting right over there across from me, so we'll see if she gets the call.
Still all three of the offensive linemen available in the SFL still sitting on the board, but also we talked about Alamo City not having a fullback. Houston doesn't have one either, so one of a couple of different directions here. John, are you thinking either of those directions, or is there something we haven't touched on?
Looking at their roster, they are both the running backs. The only thing that I really look at is the offensive line. Maybe now that they have these offensive linemen, falling down to them, go ahead and pick up another one. I mean, you got, defensive tackles, defensive ends. You could go ahead and pick up the free safety on the loose. Or, like you say, just start off by just getting one of these offensive lines that fell down to your lap. So, I would think offensive line on this one.
Yeah, we'll definitely bring up that Philadelphia secondary at some point tonight as those players come across. Super talented players that came out of that cloth. But Cam, as you expect, we'll transition over to you.
With the 12th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select tight end Daisy Peace. The 13th pick is Seattle by way of Charleston yesterday. You're on the clock, Nemesis.
Slot into that spot on their depth chart as a more run blocking centric tight end.
Yeah, so just to sum up everything that Jason said, Daisy is Jason's wife. Jason, you might want to go ahead and recap everything real quick for everybody at home.
Yes, that is correct. She is my wife. She's my lovely wife of 6 years now, and we've been together for about 12. So yeah, she's a fun chick. She can say hi. She can come over here and say hi if you want to. I don't know if I can get her on the camera though.
Maybe, but I heard one thing. You guys are filthy Buckeyes. Skyuma, if you catch my drift, go Gophers. Anywho, no, really happy for Daisy getting over there and really solidifying the offensive line in just the tight end spot as well. So what I could see happening is Houston going into a heavier set, having that third tight end option in those much needed short yardage plays for a little extra oomph on the outside and a little extra flair in the red zone. So I really like this pick.
Plenty to like about adding Daisy Peaks into the same locker room as Jason, and we position over to, or now in the 13th pick. They traded all their picks out of this draft initially to take Type Attack last season at number 1, and they trade all their picks for next season to get a pair of first-round picks from us. Charleston have 34 contracted on their roster, so no need to draft anything tonight. There's no needs to fill, so we're happy to push our picks back to next season. And Seattle now on the clock, some needs here that could be filled. John, this is your crew. What do you see? How did your off-season go, first of all, and what do you see your team taking here?
Oh, well, first off, I just got to say the no nemesis. But no, during the off-season, we definitely had some changes. It's one of those things where I kind of look at it as, I'm a Steeler fan, so it's always the next man up. So I know with me being a wide receiver, I'm ready to answer that call, with taking care of, getting catches from Ty and whatnot. I will say that some little information. I think this pick's going to be a certain defensive end that I said before. I think that's what it's going to be. So we'll see. But help out Young, Darko down there on a defensive line. But I think we're going to go defensive end on this one.
I didn't mention that slogan is banned from the draft tonight. When you pick again at 18, it's just not allowed. So Seattle's pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 13th pick of the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select defensive end James Ramos. The 14th pick is Minnesota's. You're on the clock.
Well, that's how you fill a need. You sit back and wait for the draft to come to you, and you pick up the top-rated player at the position that you need most. Tyler, it's a four-man front over in Seattle once again. Those four linebackers look super strong. This Seattle defense is starting to take shape.
And it took shape a lot last season. Again, Seattle with one of the better seasons out of a expansion team that we've seen. Of course, Minnesota here next to the clock last season. Or I should say season 21, had a solid season and made the playoffs. And Seattle turns things around finally. They go from a 1-11 team in their inaugural season to a 4-8 team and now to an 8-4 team. Seattle has arrived. They are here. They're going to compete, and they're going to need their new players to jump in and step up, and they don't want to have to regress to get back into their form that they had at the end of last season. So James Ramos, best player statistically on the defensive end of the side. This is how you can maintain your pace in a very, very tough Pacific Division. Oh, that's right. I think there are also the Pacific Division champs. I'm sure they'll remind you plenty in chat.
So that's one way to fill your key need, is taking best player available at that specific position. Little fact, that pick originally belonged to Louisiana when it changed hands twice before ending up in the hands of Seattle, and was used to take James Ramos, the #1 overall defensive end in the SFL. Minnesota is up. Jason, few ways that this one could go in. Talk us through Minnesota, what they could do here.
I think Minnesota can come out and play some great defense. They can really shut people down. They shut us down this year. I think you see Petrillo come off the board here. I think they fill that defensive tackle spot. Still there's running backs still out there, but maybe that emphasis on that second running back, teams feel they can get them later on in the draft. So maybe I think filling that defensive tackle spot here with Petrillo is the way to go.
They've got a heap of talent across the offense, potentially another running back. There's still room for a second tight end. Their offensive line looks quite full. This offseason, they transitioned Brookie Burr over to tackle Axel Raven, also a new tackle. But again, you mentioned the need for a second defensive tackle on this roster. Over to you, Cam. Minnesota's pick is in.
With the 13th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, 14th rather, the 14th pick in the rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select Minnesota native halfback Isaac Knox and Royce Robbins with a $2 super chat, the first on this channel. Keep up the good work to me. Thank you, Royce, for your positivity. Congrats, Isaac, on the pick. 15th pick is Vancouver. You are on the clock.
A playoff appearance. Tyler, talk us through how you feel about this new addition for Minnesota.
Well, I got a phrase for this pick for Isaac Knox and for Minnesota: positive deniability. And here is the meaning behind this one for Isaac Knox. Positive because he's always going forward. Deniability because he's able to deny tackles. And we saw in the highlight reel, he's able to get forward, able to run north and south a lot more than east-west, which we see a lot of, quote-unquote, finesse backs or want to make a big playbacks. No, Isaac just runs straight forward. He's looking for contact. He's going to do that for Minnesota. He's going to take some leverage off of Colin Hart, and he's going to be able to make Minnesota's run game that much more dangerous.
Absolutely luxury pick for Minnesota as they continue to build on their offense. Jason, we're over to Vancouver now. Charles Doherty, the new GM in Vancouver. Plenty of additions. I really liked the way that Vancouver recovered. They had probably one of their worst off seasons as far as retention is concerned. Excellent job out recovering, bringing over the likes of, again, Pseudo Nakai, also Nick Lockett into the wide receiver core. There's a few different ways that this pick could go. How do you feel about this one?
Well, first off, I gotta say, you ever play roulette and you bet the same number like 12 times in a row, and then you change the number and it comes up? Why did I say Isaac Knox that time? I've said it the whole draft until that one pick. So hey, I was just, I was early, late, whatever you want to call it. I think Vancouver's in a good spot where they've got some good tight ends that fell to them. They've got offensive line that fell to them. You're right. They've got their 27-man roster. They really did a good job filling everything up. Again, only 10 out of 25 teams did that. So that was a great recovery. I think, you can see Dot Williams here, maybe Caleb McGill, or let's just get rid of all the Chicago players. I mean, they obviously did a great job this season. Looking real quick, I think that's the 4th or 5th Chicago player that's come off the board. So there's no surprise they went undefeated through the minors and then that championship spot. But yeah, I can see Carly Forge here and get that offensive line, figured out.
No shock that there's been a fallen of Chicago Warriors taken early in the first round tonight. Vancouver have got a stacked receiving core. That offensive line could use a little help, trying to give way for Suda Nakai and furthermore Robert, who takes over as the lead back in the absence of Logan Lee, who Vancouver lost to Canton in the off-season. Cam to announce the Vancouver selection.
With the 15th pick of the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select defensive end Lindsey Thimson. The 16th pick of the draft is on the clock. That is DC for the first time tonight.
Well, no one saw that then. If you think you saw that coming, you're a liar, because they've got 4 contracted and they've gone and added a 5th. There's another defensive lineman in town in Vancouver. John, I'm wondering what you thought was the direction here and how you feel about Vancouver adding another piece to that front 7.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at their roster, running back, they don't need that. Wide receivers, they got plenty of it. My thoughts was, getting that second tight end. Even part of me was going to say maybe just get another free safety, get one of the top free safeties off the board. So, but you know what? Obviously, they saw something, in Lindsey to take or whatever at defensive end. Not a bad pick, but again, I would have gone for maybe, like you said, maybe get another defensive back. But again, they saw something that they wanted to be done, and they went ahead and said, let's get another defensive end. So
this was an approach that we saw Minnesota take last season, where they had 6 contracted. DC, who were on the clock, also have 6 defensive linemen contracted. Jason, there's a few different directions that we could see DC going in here. They've got a really nice roster to start about. As always, their retention in the offseason was really strong. Potential for a 4th wide receiver here. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, this is where I thought McGee would come off the board, actually. I thought he would make it to here. Obviously, he did not. So I do think you're going to see a 4th wide receiver. With every team in the league, pretty much, there's very few that have a full line. So it's another team that I believe can go offensive line here, since they fell to them. But when you don't expect those, I don't think anybody expected these offensive linemen to be there so long when there's only 3 of them in the draft. So they've still got 2 left, and maybe it's kind of hard to switch gears when you've already told someone, hey, we're taking you with our number 1 pick. So I think you do see wide receiver here. I think we could see you see King Alexander here. Would be an amazing pick. See that Philly guy come off. Man, he's great locker room guy. Fantastic on the field. Just excited about every game, about every day. Love that guy. So they could see that here very, very easily.
Here's your guy, King Alexander. Jonathan Haynes is the 2nd overall wide receiver. He's still on the board. And also looking further down, Nick Twice was a really big name in the SFL, along with Bobby Tarantino. Still plenty of wide receivers who could go off the board here. DC's pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 16th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select free safety Tyler Highfield. Carolina, by way of Queen City, you're on the clock with the 17th pick.
Well, the panel was off again. We're thinking about wide receiver. It's a free safety, Tyler Highfield, coming off the board here for DC. Tyler, I'm sure you like the name, but do you like the pick?
Well, it's always nice to see a namesake come off the board in the draft. So yes, of course I love the pick. Of course I like to see another Tyler in the league. And Highfield, again, also going the way of a defensive back for DC, backing up an already pretty solid defensive backing core. DeSantis, Vasquez, Say, all in the backfield there. So it's, again, he's in great company. And of course, Destro is going to mold him into a fantastic defensive player, as he so often does with defensive players in general. I was thinking along lines, maybe they might go linebacker, but at the same time, Highfield's going to see himself flying all over the field, and of course we've seen him do it plenty with Chicago. He'll fit in perfectly in DC.
It seems like a pick that he will be used as a real gadget. Back another Chicago player off the board. What does Tyler Highfield bring to DC?
Sorry. With Tyler, obviously great just locker room presence. I think for this pick, I did notice the 3 wide receivers, and I would have probably gone a 4th one, but again, still not a bad pickup. Already just looking at Tyler, is 87 speed, 87 agility, 70 coverage, 6'1", 220. Overall, it's not a bad pick. Obviously, I think with DC, maybe they're just going to wait for a little bit and get that 4th wide receiver. Obviously right now they say, hey, let's hurry up and get another Chicagoan, out of there. And obviously it was Tyler Highfield. So good pick. I think as far as that 4th wide receiver goes, I think we'll see that in the 2nd round.
Absolutely, still plenty of receiver talent to come off the board. Carolina is on the board. Is on the clock, I should say. They moved back with that Queen City trade. They had a pretty active offseason. Harish Prasad coming over the wire today. That's a huge move. He is now a running back. That is, I don't know if anyone caught that one. That happened today. He was originally, I don't know if he was even signed already, but obviously with the addition of Chris Curtis, there is no real room really for an extra wide receiver. Christian Barchi-Galupi also crossing over. But yeah, $2.6 million for number 1 running back in front of Ike McBride. That is possibly one of the biggest signings of the offseason that we really didn't notice because of the timing of it. So Carolina with a huge move late in the offseason. Their pick is in here at 17. Over to you, Cam.
With the 17th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Carolina Skyhawks select defensive tackle, moving from end, May Carter. Seattle is back on the clock at 18.
Okay, so not offense. We're going back to sticking with the defensive side of the ball. Emmanuel Petrella was still on the board as a defensive tackle, but it's May Carter from Bossier City who gets taken off the board here. That completes a 4-man active line for the Carolina Skyhawks. Jason, how are you feeling about this pick?
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to say. And if you believe that, I got some magic beanstalk beans for you. I mean, right now, I think I just randomly pick a position, and that's what's going to end up being. But no, you've seen it going there. There's a lot of versatility. I think that's one of the things we learned from the minors this year is players moving around. So when we see that there's plenty of free safeties, or we see there's plenty of linebackers or linemen, and they're getting that 3rd or that 4th out of position, I think we're seeing a new era of SFL where position subs are a thing, and there's a lot of versatility to move players around. So, but great pickup here. You can move him to the inside. There's still plenty of defensive end and line help. But great pick, and the good news is on this one is I didn't have to pick the wrong pick this time.
There you go. The trade saved you, but yeah, I'm still shocked at the decision to switch Harish Prasad to tailback at that kind of value. That certainly fills up some cap of that backfield with McBride and Hanzo along with Prasad looks very nice, and their offensive line starting to take shape as well. That completes the top end of their defense. Seattle is back on the clock. John, you locked in a piece earlier that you're really happy with. Is what else is there to grab here for the Nemesis?
Yeah, I mean, I won't do it this time, but for Seattle, just looking at the roster again, I could see probably us, obviously with the offensive line kind of falling down still, maybe get that center for for Ty, so he can keep on running around there and whatnot. But I have heard a little good thing about possibly maybe doing a fifth wide receiver. But again, things obviously changed pre-draft, and not obviously this offensive line's kind of falling down. I don't know. I think we might go offensive line.
Offensive, still a target. We were talking ad nauseum about Olin Thump and further Carly Forge, and neither of them have been taken so far in this draft. Tyler, talk us through what Seattle could do here with their second pick in the first round.
And just to quickly talk about the offensive lineman, once one goes, everything just seems to just all of a sudden collapse in terms of past drafts. We see one go, and all of a sudden we see a run on players. And I think what the trend is, especially early on in this draft, is a lot of teams are saying, all right, we got to get offense off the board. That's going to be the staple. Last season, if I remember correctly, it was defense that went all but maybe 2 picks in the first 22. It was a very, very defensive-heavy draft. This season, we're seeing a lot of offense. For Seattle, meanwhile, again, they just picked up, not too long ago, James Ramos. They also went defense. Here we've seen a lot more runs on the defensive line. Out of the last 7 picks, 4 of them have been on the defensive line. And so it seems to me that teams right about now are thinking, all right, there's a lot of defensive line coming off the board. We have to try and solidify that. Seattle is good now. Seattle should be just fine on the defensive line front. So what we're looking at for the Nemesis, so that'll get some laughs there, is more than likely. Yeah, you didn't say it. I don't know, but we're probably looking at a luxury pick. We're probably looking at a 5th wide receiver. We're probably looking at another defensive back here. Is my guess.
A wide receiver certainly on the board. They did have Christian Bachi-Galupi occupying that spot. He's over in Carolina now, so definitely room for Seattle to add an extra piece to this roster. This pick also belonged to Charleston prior to tonight and is now on the move to Seattle. They get 2 shots at the first round, and still again, those 2 offensive linemen on the board yet to be taken. Jason, any late shouts here? What have you got written down in your mock?
Well, based off what John said, maybe this is the King Alexander pick. He would fit right in that Seattle locker room. You see him in chat and in Gen chat, and he's, that guy is, he would slide right into that locker room very, very well. But other than that, I would think that offensive line here, why not? I mean, you got a gift to add some depth to that offensive line. So, and then, I'm sure John would like to see Carly Ford jump on that Seattle Nemesis team. So, and I just stuttered. I didn't do it on purpose.
Absolutely. Just getting through on the why here. There has been a trade. So Seattle no longer has this pick. It is now with Tulsa. Late the wire, the Desperados are going to send a 30th and a 40th tonight in exchange for number 18. So Seattle moves out of 18. We're going to undo all of our great work and analyzing that selection and go back to the Desperados. John, what's the direction here for Tulsa? Huge trade. Obviously got their sights set on something.
Yeah, well, like you said, let's just at this point let me just throw my laptop out because I got everything on there. But yeah, Tulsa obviously trading up. Maybe with with us in Seattle, we were kind of like, hey, we kind of got what we needed. So let's see if maybe we can get something else out of it. So obviously Tulsa moving up. Obviously they see Tulsa pick the running back, got the wide receiver. So looking at it now, they might. I would say let's go ahead and say the kicker. Maybe right now they want to go with that kicker. Obviously they don't have nobody on the roster that's their kicker, or maybe go with a strong safety just as that backup. Or again, like we just said with these offensive lines, they see, oh, they're falling. Okay, well, let's hurry up and get them. So, right now they got one guard with Collins. For this one, maybe that they are going offensive line. They said they're noticing, they're seeing what's going on. Like, hey, we have to hurry up and get that before it's gone.
So the on thump and Carly Forge still available on the board here at offensive line. We saw there, I believe, Marco Swift, the general manager over there in Tulsa, making the pick after that trade. Tyler, what could they be moving up for here? Do you feel offensive line is the go?
Well, here's the thing, Jacob. This is now their final pick in the draft. They have traded out of the second round, which means they have no picks left here in the season 22 draft, unless they trade some picks from season 23 in. But it doesn't look all that likely. And so this is it. This is it for Tulsa. I think they have to go kicker. We see so often that we just pick up somebody off the street so many times in previous seasons. It has come back to bite teams. It really limits your game plan. It really limits you to. You have to be solid. You have to be a solid team that marches down the field deeper into an opposing team's territory. And so this is must take kicker for Tulsa if they're looking to keep up with that Central Division. And we know how crazy that final day of the season was in season 20, in season 21, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anywho, last season, where every single Central Division team ended at 4-8, and sometimes all you need is a kicker to get the game-winning field goal to really, really give you guys an extra win.
So the kicker could well be conversation here. There are a few available on the board. Ian Dugan is the top available. There's 3 of them, including Bossier City's Zach Theo, who was a late addition into the SFL ranks. I know Brooke Brown in Tulsa, she retired along with Douglas, so definitely room for Tulsa to take a kicker here, but also the position isn't necessarily as scarce as it has been in recent seasons, so a few different directions that Tulsa could go in with this pick, but still plenty of possibilities. Jason, round us up. Have you got a different idea here for Tulsa?
That was a fantastic catch by the pro over there, Tyler. I did not realize they were down to their last pick. So, yeah, I mean, you think, you have to go kicker here. I mean, can they sign an undrafted free agent kicker afterwards? There are 3 in the draft. But if they can't do that, then, yeah, you have to get your kicker here.
So Tulsa's pick very close to coming in, and talking again about the offseason they were very active. They were able to bring in the likes of Phoenix Jones and furthermore Michael Brown, who is the new quarterback in town after a successful career from JQ as the lead signal caller. Captain Portugal is out of the building and Michael Brown is in after his rookie season in Motor City. And also looking, again, we talk a lot about the leadership in Tulsa continuing to grow. Saw Marco Swift, also the likes of Gabriel Manning and Swift on the coaching staff with Dion in the ownership group, along with Berto Demora. Plenty of talented people also in that room. Kicker is still room for another strong safety, potentially a 4th cornerback. Could be on the board as long with, in the wide receiver call. Could be a number of different things here, but certainly, as Tyler pointed out, that last pick for them tonight could well be a Cameron Irvine to tell us who Tulsa have traded up for.
With the 18th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Tulsa Desperados select kicker Takeda Yuki. The 19th pick is Jacksonville's from San Diego. You're on the clock.
Akeda Yuki, the second kicker on the SFL charts, and that is a pick that they needed. They go and grab the need. They forego the 2 picks that they had later on in the draft. Tyler, you were on the money. Does this complete Tulsa's roster, and how do you feel about their chances this season competing in that Central Division?
All I'll say is every flat cap finds its head once a day, once or twice a day. Great pickup from Tulsa. They bring in Takeda, and he's immediately going to go in and get right into the kicking shoes, pick up right where Brown left off, and this is what. I mean, there really isn't too much to do. He was accurate in the minor leagues. He's going to continue to be accurate in the pros, just as long as he keeps his composure, and that completes Tulsa's day. And for all intents and purposes, Tulsa have really done a fantastic job in this draft. They trade up in the first round. They get their business done early, right when you have a good portion of the player pool still available to you. I think this was an excellent draft by Tulsa. They have done a fantastic job this season.
Worth noting as well, Yuki's biggest challenge yet is still to come in the new year. He'll obviously be taking on the Chicago Warriors and may well get his first taste of silver, or at least a must-win game that will certainly that experience will certainly come in handy this season in that Desperados uniform. Jason, we're going back to Jacksonville. The Kings are back on the clock. Number of directions that this second pick could go in. Got any ideas for us?
Well, I had Stanley Younger going earlier when they took Bamsler, so maybe they go Younger here and get that fullback out of the way. If not, they've got a cornerback. You still got Havo Ramsey sitting there as a high-rated corner. You got Petriello sitting there as defensive tackle still. They took maybe a little bit of a luxury pick with that first pick. Now I think you need to fill a need, and I'm gonna go Stanley Younger here, man. He looked good in that 2-back system playing fullback. He got a lot of carries. He was a tough guy to bring down, so I think that would be a fantastic fit for him right here.
A ton of players who we sort of felt top picks because of positional scarcity that are still there. Marcelo Martin's the only offensive lineman on this Jacksonville roster. Once again, Olan Thump and Callie Ford just still sitting there on the board. John, there's a few different holes that could be filled here with this second pick for Jacksonville. Where do you see this one going?
Yeah, so with Jacksonville, I mean, obviously just looking at the next couple picks, they got one right now, obviously, and then 23rd, second round, they have a 31st, 36th. So, maybe right now, they could go full back. Of course, one wide receiver that I've been kind of looking at was Jonathan Haynes, because he hasn't been picked up either. So, Kings would get that fourth wide receiver in him. Just looking at Jonathan, I mean, he has a speed already there too. Either way, they could really go with wide receiver, fullback. I mean, they might wait a little bit to go fullback. Maybe they just pick a wide receiver right now. But I think I'll agree with Jason on this one. See about going with fullback just to secure that first.
So what I've noted, they have one corner on the roster in Roy Towers, who was a rookie last season. Bernard Gooden switching from corner to safety, so potentially room for a Habo Ramsey or someone else from that cornerback pool. Plenty of ways that this pick could go. Over to you, Cam.
With the 20th pick and the 19th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft. For the first time tonight, Tyler, I got ahead of myself. The Jacksonville Kings select cornerback Havo Ramsey. The 20th pick is Canton. You're on the clock.
There we go. I mean, now officially, that was a great pull. They get the number one cornerback late into the first round. Habo Ramsey is going to slot straight into the outside of this defensive secondary. Tyler, this seems like now when you think about it and you look at this roster composition, this makes a ton of sense.
No, I completely agree with you. And one thing that Jacksonville is going to look to do in this upcoming season is really try and defend the pass, something they just were unable to last season. 25th in terms of average yards against. And so having a much more solidified defensive backfield and getting a younger talent in to try and make that stronger is something that Jacksonville should do. Hello, Michael, and you've done a fantastic job with Cam. There's a little mini Cam there. I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you for showing us that. At least we know where Mike All is in the world now. He's in the war room with little mini Cameron Irvine. That's very cute. But back to us here in studio and back to the pick for Jacksonville. Duval really needs to get back their identity. It's been a struggle, and having a more defensive solid front and defensive solid backfield is going to be really crucial for Jacksonville.
I reckon that, I didn't even mention it yet, the brilliant, the light that stands behind him when we go to each pick. That new back wall is awesome at SFL HQ. I reckon he needs to just stick that thing right next to it, because even with the Christmas hat, it's a bit festive. Doesn't matter, it's still, I reckon, a brilliant addition. And just trust Michael to come up with something ridiculous to bring to the draft war room. It's just not the same until we see Canton come on the clock. And here they are. They had a huge off-season. I talked briefly about the additions that they had. Talked earlier about Vancouver. They stole Logan Lee after his offensive rookie of the year season to add to Robert Johnson. That's just a luxury in and of itself. Bill Cherry is a new fullback in town. He was a huge contract. And looking for our list, that offensive line is solidified. But Neil Rivers is a new face on the defensive line. And then furthermore, Dimitri Momazuna as well in that linebacking core with DJ Gannon. And then again, even further, that defensive secondary is set out. So there's, again, we were talking about, Alamo City being a position of, what do you get a team that's got everything already? This team is certainly in the same boat with all of those free agent imports. John, where do you feel Canton is looking with this pick?
Yeah, I mean, like, you've already said it too. Is they got everything. I mean, already got the both the running backs, wide receivers. You got 4 of them. You got your guards, tackles. I mean, they literally have everything. So, I mean, at this point, like I said, again, we keep on saying about the offensive line, falling down. I mean, you can go ahead and grab the center right there. The only thing I can really see is, as far as their free safety and strong safety, they only have 1 of each. So they could use that towards that. The only thing I can really think about is, hey, go ahead and pick up the offensive line. Another one to protect that workhorse of Logan Lee, former Rattlesnake. So I would think that they're probably going to go with offensive line on this pick.
So defensive secondary is certainly worth a look. Kanye Rockefeller and King Jamal are the lone safeties on that depth chart. Also room for a tight end too. I haven't seen a tight end for a little while. Jack Wall, the lone tight end with Bob Lone, switching over from tight end to wide receiver. Canton's pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 20th pick of the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Canton Classic select center Kiara Kilganon. The 21st pick in the draft, that's Arizona. You're on the clock.
Mike is with us there in Philly. We try to learn as much as we can from him. So it is nice to see somebody make a pick that I don't have to scratch my head about, because I don't want to go any more bald on top of my head than I am.
Ashley Jackson on screen in the war room. Arizona is on the clock. Havo Ramsey obviously on that Philadelphia cloth. I should have crossed to you when that pick came across, but awesome to see a native go to his hometown team in Jacksonville, and again just filling out a need and also getting someone with family ties in there. Kiara Kilgannon joining DJ in Canton. Arizona is on the clock. Tyler, a number of directions that Ashley and Eddie could go with this first round selection. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, first all, because he's not here to do it, and it has to be said at least once in his honor tonight. Arizona, I love y'all. And so that's a little Arizona love for Eddie and for his family and for the rest of Arizona in general tonight, as we saw Ashley in the war room getting things going. And what is Eddie going to do? When is Arizona going to get back into the title game? They were there 2 back-to-back seasons 19 and 20. Just couldn't get it over the hump versus Baltimore, both games. Now what do you do? Now how do you get back in there after taking one on the chin in the playoffs this season? Where do you go? You find a good defensive back. And I'm thinking you got Gamble back there. Of course you got Eddie back there. But I think to really solidify yourself, you go ahead and pick up another safety. You look for a safety that's going to come in when Eddie or Iverson get injured. That way you're able to continue the pressure. We saw so many times last season where a safety went down. Minnesota, I think, lost both of their safeties in the final game. One came back and then got re-injured. And so having defense in depth, especially at the safety spots, is always a good thing, and I think that's where Arizona's going.
Secondary, certainly a possibility here. I want to note that DJ Moses has not been signed. There is a gap at the running back spot. There was no word of a retirement from Moses, so potentially just a late signing that hasn't come across just yet. But could we see a Brandon Stall selection here and a potential changing of the guard in that Arizona backfield after what was effectively a near second straight MVP season from Moses behind the Red Sea? Plenty of things to discuss here with Arizona, but we'll cross over to Cam to announce the pick.
With the 21st pick in the SFL Season 22 Rookie Draft, the Arizona Scorpions select halfback Bismarck Wright. The 22nd pick is Queen Cities. You're back on the clock.
Here we go. It is back. Arizona going to the running back core and picking up Bismarck Wright to join a backfield that consists of Cooper Allen and Jay Barmer. It's not Brandon Stall. They dip into one of the top producing running backs, but Bismarck Wright is a complete character pick. This is someone who was really active in the community amidst what was a pretty tough season for Bossier City. As a shallow roster the Bossier had, and he showed some real signs of quality. Jason, there's a lot to talk about here. Is DJ Moses potentially being replaced, or is this a piece that they're adding before signing Moses in the coming days?
I think we'll find that out with their next pick or next couple picks if they go with that next running back. But I had him going running back here, but for some reason there seems to be a good Albuquerque Ed. He loves I know he loves the Adams and talks a lot of, very highly about the Adams. For some reason I was thinking Pepe Silva there. But I think the only way we're going to know that is if they pick up another running back, then we'll know what's going on there. If they stick with just Bismarck, then we're probably going to then we'll probably see Moses sign.
So of great intrigue, John. It was not the direction we were thinking here on the panel because of that vacancy. being something that we sort of saw. What do you feel about this pick, Bismarck Wright, going to Arizona?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was kind of thinking too. Noticing it earlier, I saw the gap, and that's what I was kind of thinking about. Potentially running back. Uh, Obviously with Bismarck, just looking at the build between him and Brendan Strahl, obviously lower agility and speed, but of course stuff like that can be worked on. Obviously, Arizona, they have a great locker room, so I'm sure they wanted to bring more great personnel into that locker room too. And I'm sure with them over there too, they'll definitely groom right and lead them to a perfect direction. Just kind of like what Jason said too. I guess we'll see what happens, throughout the draft, if they get that second running back or whatever the case may be. But
you go, huge shockwaves going through the league with that pick. Bismarck Wright is on his way to Arizona. Tyler, Alamo City are back on the clock for the second time in this first round. Talk us through what Alamo might be doing here.
My apologies here, Jacob. I've been looking at what Queen City did to trade. You mind re-asking the question to me real quick, please?
Well, I was going to ask if there was a trade, because obviously we had Queen City penciled in for this pick,
Right.
And then as you can see, we've got Alamo up on the board. Do you have trade details for us?
Details are coming in. Right now, I'm hearing it's maybe a 4-pick trade from Alamo City in Queen City. But again, details are scarce at the moment. We are getting them as we speak from both sides of the club. The trade has been confirmed. There is a trade. Details are coming across my screen as we speak. Alamo City gets Queen City's 22nd pick. Queen City gets the first and second round picks from next season. So it is not a 4-pick, but a 2-pick trade. First and second round picks from Alamo City are now Queen City's, excuse me. And so now with Alamo City now on the clock, again, with everything at their disposal. They started last season with a tremendous roster. Now they have another gigantic roster on their hands here. So, what more can Alamo City do? What more can they do? Again, I still think this is a fullback pick. This is what I thought Alamo City was going to do the first time. I think Stanley Younger is the go here.
Absolutely. There's one there, and he has lasted for quite some time in a position that we felt might go very quickly. It's, just again, we're factoring positional scarcity. He's still sitting there and at good value as well. He will bring a ton to Alamo City. Jason, is it fullback that they've moved up for and moved future picks around for? There's plenty of value in those 2 picks that they've moved to Queen City. So this is a really important pick for them. Do you think it's fullback, or is there another positional need?
I don't see how it can be anything else, but I mean, I guess anything can happen, but it's one of those where the rich gets richer. Alamo City is one of those teams that, it's mostly the playoff teams that have that free cap, that free rookie cap, so they can jump up and jump around and do pretty much what they want at will, and good on them. I mean, getting up and getting a guy that they need, this has got to be Younger right here. If it's not, then I'll take Daisy's signing bonus away from her. But I'll bet that on it. It's got to be Younger.
You may be right. And again, thinking about that offense that it was so strong last season. Brad Jones, the key back, but Raiden Storm is now a second halfback in that roster, moving over from fullback to create that vacancy. Is it the fullback, or is it something else, Cameron Irvine?
With the 22nd pick of the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, making sure I have my picks correct here, the Alamo City Artillery select. Not that. The Alamo City Artillery select linebacker Zach Benjamin. Jacksonville is back on the clock with the next pick.
Okay, so there you go. We're off again on the panel there, and not taking a fullback with this pick. Granted, they only have three on the roster. Bogey Barr, Rob Furica, and Jay Mart are all sitting there in that linebacking core, and they add Zach Benjamin. There he is on screen. They're happy to be on his way to one of the most competitive teams from last season. So now the pairing of Michaela Forica and Zach Benjamin over that linebacking call that existed were between Benjamin, and I'm trying to remember and because there were two players on that Bossier City roster that were really awesome. It was Lucas Gilbert, Denver Nightwing inside linebacker, who was partnered with him, and they were both arguably the most impressive linebacking core in the entirety of the SFL. So a huge piece picked up here by Alamo City. John, how are you feeling about this pick?
Yeah, I mean, again, just another case of, what more do they want? I mean, like I said, they have, a whole bunch of players, both running backs, 4 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Like they they have everything. So I mean, obviously they looked on their defense and they said, okay, how can we help that out a little bit more? And that's why obviously they decided to go with linebackers. So good pick, for them to see what else they kind of needed, and obviously they put it on defense. So they're done, and they decided, hey, we're gonna move on up for that. So great pick.
Superb pick by Alamo City, and again, just another piece that adds to their already stout defense. Jason, it's that Bossier side struggled at times, but their defense showed some real signs of promise. Zach Benjamin was a huge part of that.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't help when I'm about to say, I don't want Zach to take this the wrong way or take it personal, but I don't get the pick. Nothing against him. Great player, and he's doing his thing on a really good team. But I think that fullback was the way to go, and then RC Puff was sitting there. If you're going to go, linebacker, who just had a great season. So I didn't really quite get that one, but this is one of the things that's unique to the SFL. It's some of its relationships, a lot of its relationships and locker room presence. So he's there in the green room. So he's obviously. Anybody that's going to sit in the green room and wait for their name to be called, that's a good sign right there. He's excited to be there. So I think that shows you where the pick came from more than anything else.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Again, it just shouts character pick here. Not necessarily a need, but he will join, I would assume, J Mart on the inside of that Alamo City linebacking core. Tyler, Jacksonville's back on the clock. We saw Havo Ramsey go off the board earlier, so they locked in that second outside corner alongside Roy Towers. We're going back into the pool of potential needs for Frank Gooden and the Kings. What do you envisage as the next man up for this team?
So, of course, they really solidified the defensive backfield. Defensive line still has a couple holes. They still have Logan Gardner and Taquan Hale, their defensive tackle, defensive end, respectively. So we could see a third defensive lineman come off the board here. They still have plenty of picks in this draft. They got 2 more to go in the second round and 2 more to go in the third round. So they don't necessarily have to leap and take a chance on a guy, but they have options. They still have plenty of options here. It would not surprise me if they picked up another offensive option. We're not. In fact, I'm waiting for Jacksonville to pick up a second tight end.
And tight end 2 an option, but it's also a surprise that we've seen Emmanuel Petrilla last as long as he has. It's the lone defensive tackle left on the board, but also again we could look to see an offensive pick here. Those offensive linemen are still on the board, although Kiara Kilgannon was taken, so that leaves only 2 left out of the 3 available. Possibilities for a 4th wide receiver as well. Plenty of ways that this pick could go for Jacksonville. The pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 23rd pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select linebacker Dallas Knowles. Baltimore is on the clock with pick 24.
Okay, Dallas Knowles is the next player taken, and that did not really seem like the biggest need for Jacksonville. They've already got 3, so it wasn't necessarily an option that came to mind, but he is someone who could potentially slot in as an edge rusher at times. Plenty of versatility that he brings to the table. John, walk us through this pick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously looking at their roster, and maybe just has to deal with just the picks that they have right now. Kind of just waiting and waiting. So, when you have plenty of picks like that, I guess you kind of see how things are going and just kind of move around your players or whatnot. But Knowles, 6'4", 257, speeds at 75, agility at 70. Obviously for their pick, they wanted to already add to a good linebacking core. So, I think a little bit of it is just, with the picks that they have is just, hey, we're going to come back around and, hopefully our player that we thought about is going to be at that next pick anyways. Like I said, right now with this pick, next one will be the 31st. And basically you have more after that. So I think with them, they're saying, hey, we've got a whole bunch of picks. We're just going at our pace.
Absolutely. So plenty of gaps that they'll be trying to fill across the course of the draft, and we've got 2 left here in the first round. The next up, our champion Baltimore Vultures here. Another case of teams who, just looking to fill an extra piece on their roster. Jason, what's the idea here for Baltimore?
I know when I was looking through team needs, I just wrote a big none next to Baltimore. So what I think you're going to see here, though, just because I've been right this whole draft, and of course everyone's hanging on what I'm about to say, is I think we could see a tight end go off the board here. Maybe Dot Williams or maybe Cables McGill go here. Let me be right one time, Baltimore. Come on.
That would be a 3rd tight end on Baltimore's roster. They returned the likes of Jackson Roberts and Caesar Ackerman over the offseason. They brought in Hubbard Kimbrell from free agency after he left Las Vegas, and also they have 4 or 5 on the defensive line, I should say, with Robert Brady coming over as a new defensive end. Tyler, opportunity for a safety here. They only have Giovanni Bolt and Troy Lowshaw at the back here. That seems like the depth piece that is most necessary here, or do you have any other ideas?
I mean, what more can you give Baltimore? Of course, unable to find the victory in this new era. For the first championship of the new era, and falling to the next pick, Florida. So this is definitely going to be a, where can we improve? Where can we improve, or how can we best punish other teams?
Absolutely. So Baltimore's pick is in the second last pick of the first round. Over to you, Cam.
With the 24th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Baltimore Vultures select. One moment. As the tension builds, the 24th pick goes to Baltimore, and they select fullback Stanley Younger. The Florida Storm have the 25th and final pick of the first round.
Oh my god. This team, the league, we can't keep giving them things like this. They can't afford to have more nice things. I mean, this is he lasted so long through the first round. We've calling for ages for a team to pick up a fullback. They already have arguably the best fullback in the league in T-Roy Gaines, along with 2 tailbacks already. Why not add a 4th member of the backfield? Stanley Younger is going to Baltimore. What a huge piece that they have added, as we see the tape here, a super versatile player that they will be able to get a plenty of use of. He is going to enter that backfield. John, it's an absolute luxury pick, this one, if ever we've seen one. Talk us through this pick.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of like what we've been saying too is, what more, can they have? What more can they want? So, again, Baltimore, their roster is just full to the max, and I don't know, maybe if this pick is something that they, just kind of, want to mold this gentleman to, to a future star or whatnot. Just again, looking at Baltimore, they have everything and then some. So, my pick was more or less a defensive back, but obviously, they know what they're doing, and that's why they went ahead and picked the only fullback.
Jason, this is a pick that just makes the good even better, or the great even better, you could perhaps say. Baltimore adding the sole fullback in the entire draft right at the end of the first round. How do you feel about Stanley Unger going this late in the first round?
I'm surprised that he made it this far. I mean, even with us in Houston, I mean, I know we took my wife, so I mean, I appreciate us doing that, but we needed fullback. Jacksonville needed fullback. I'm surprised he made it this far, and I think this is just Baltimore's way of messing with people. I mean, they can just they can, they had everything filled. They could have got somebody like Justin Angela's at strong safety, or got that third tight end, but I think this is just they're sitting back laughing right now at all of us, and they'll be right in the thick of it again as usual.
And it's a player that they absolutely did not need, but adds so much to that offense. Florida is up on the clock here. I have no idea if Liam Crowder, their new general manager, is awake right now. It's like mid-afternoon on a Saturday here where I am. I have no idea if Liam is still up making picks, but he is the new leader in that Florida front office, along with Optimus Klein and, of course, Max Paul. Tyler, the champions, what could they add here with the final pick of the first round?
So I'm looking at Florida, right? And what do the defending champs need at this point? Well, a couple of things stand out to me about Florida. Is they only got 3 wide receivers, so I could of course see them picking up a wide receiver. We haven't seen a run on wide receivers yet in the draft. We saw a couple of them come off the board. In fact, if I do my calculations correctly, they've only had 3 taken off the board. They might need another defensive tackle. We could see them go, but they've got another couple picks later on the draft to go. But that position is still slowly getting slower and slower. What is the more logistical slash, we saw Baltimore go fullback. What can we do? Because Bullett's going to get tired. I'm just looking at the name of himself at this point. And you got Bullet, right? How about BB? Bullet and BB. BB Bullets. I think that makes the most sense for me.
Brandon Brandstall is still on the board, along with a few other running back options. Plenty of directions that the champs could go in here. With this pick, they seemingly have the whole draft at their mercy right at the end of the first round. Over to you, Camp, to announce Florida's pick.
With the 25th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select wide receiver Bobby Tarantino. The 26th pick in the start of the second round is Indianapolis's. You're on the clock.
There you go. Another wideout off the board. Bobby Tarantino, the uber talented wideout, jumps off the board here at the end of the first round. Someone you could have seen go earlier. There's plenty of talent in the wide receiver room on the board, and Florida adds another piece to that offense. And he was a Chicago Warrior, and it's been a little bit of a break since we've seen a Chicago player come off the board, but John, this is someone who's going to bring a lot to the Florida Storm offense.
Yeah, with Florida, obviously, I was in the same boat of a wide receiver. Tarantino, good build, 84 speed, 83 agility. Again, that's stuff that he can obviously improve. Going to the champs or whatever, they'll obviously help him out with that. Just for us during the season, he's done great work. Definitely quite good worker. Just good presence in the locker room overall. And just like you said, another Chicagoan to close out the first round, and they had a pretty good pick with Tarantino. Good to see him go.
Tyler, wasn't the pick we sort of felt Florida were going to go with, but how do you feel about Ori Tarantino jumping over to Florida?
I like I said, I could see them going wide receiver and try and round out that core with Giffis, Bush, and Vandalay. So again, solid pick to get Bobby Tarantino in there. And I was probably right on the money with a B as the first name, but Bobby sneaks in there pretty well as well. Again, explosive and reliable is what Florida are looking for. Tarantino fits that mold very well.
Absolutely. Back to you, Jason. Indianapolis kick off the second round. Here they already had those two top picks earlier tonight. What's the new direction here for the Ramblers?
Well, I think we're seeing, this draft play out in a different way that I think a lot of people would have thought. I mean, conventional wisdom is those linemen are gone because they're so rare. But maybe, people are looking at the non-contract linemen as being able to hold their own and not being as important. But then again, you look at who was at the top of the league; they had full lines. So I don't see how you pass up this offensive line here that just fell in your lap. I mean, Carly's sitting there, waiting on you. Thump is still sitting there. So I think they're probably really, really happy right now that lines fell. But then again, it hasn't went any way that I thought either. So I'm going to go offensive line here, and let's see how it plays out. But maybe teams aren't looking at that second halfback position being as important. Maybe they have plans to move tight ends there and heavy packages to shoulder some of the load, maybe wide receivers on some of these toss plays to shoulder some of the load, because I really thought that halfback 2 position with the new rule changes was going to really just take off. And there's teams that don't seem to be concerned, and they're good teams that have good front offices that know what they're doing that don't seem concerned. So I'm still going to go offensive line here, and I think Chad's running to the podium.
I think us would have had Olin Thump taken in at least the first 5 picks, as well as Carly Forge. It's a shock that both of them are still here at the top of the second round. John, is offensive line the thinking here? Continue to build on that offense, or is there something else that's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the first round, you got your wide receiver, you got your running back. Next would be probably, like I said, offensive line. I mean, like I said, let you get that second tight end. But just looking down, maybe, like I said, you can maybe go with another free safety. But I think if I was Ramblers, probably go with an offensive line. Like I said, these offensive line, they're just dropping and dropping. So that might be the direction that they're going, or maybe they're saying, hey, let's go with another tight end.
Will be the case here. Either way, it's easy to make a case that Indianapolis have had an excellent draft with the plethora of talent available to them at this pick. Their pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 26th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select tight end Jimmy Wint. The 27th selection belongs to Louisiana. You are on the clock.
There you go. The offensive lineman yet end going to the Indianapolis Ramblers, and it seems my panel have almost abandoned me. But Tyler, you're still with me. Your Ramblers pick up another piece to add to the offense. Talk us through how much you like this pick by Robert Cherry.
Now, at the beginning of the show, I was like, we should probably pick up another tight end and get some help on the line, a little bit more, dual threat kind of guy, and that's what Wint brings to the table, and that's exactly why I'm very happy about this pick. It's the first time since season 19 that the Ramblers have had 2 tight ends. This is a great pick for us in Indy and for the Ramblers to be able to get another option, have a deeper playbook, and not just try and pick up a guy off the street and have think they're gonna be okay, but have a reliable guy that comes in. So I like this pick. I like Wint, and coming in, he's gonna be an immediate boost to the team on and off the field.
Jimmy Wint from the Pittsburgh Riverhogs core in that talented package that saw King Jackson throwing the ball around this season in that pass-heavy offense. Jason, this is a really nice addition for Indianapolis as they continue to shore out that offense.
It does. It makes absolute sense. I mean, you kind of wonder a little bit what's going on with you got Dot Williams up there, a little higher overall. But production was there for Wint, but definitely. I still think, you got the top overall player left is still Olin Thump at 84 overall. So, but getting that second tight end, you can't go wrong with that either. So either way, it was definitely a good choice.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of which, Louisiana are on the board here at 33, and we want to talk about the fact that this is a team that spent a lot of money on 2 running backs. They traded their first rounder this season. Last season, that ended up being passed through about 16 different teams before it was used at 18. They have both of those offensive linemen sitting right in front of them that would have a heap of value to the likes of Chris Grant Jr. and DeWin Salmons, who will re-sign at essentially exactly what they were worth as rookies, that they were the 2 players that were taken in the first round of the last draft. John, is this where we finally get to see Olin Thump go off the board, or is there still more needs that the Revs could fill?
I mean, with the Revs, I would say, looking back, looking at the roster, you got all their wide receivers. You got both of your running backs. You got a tackle. For some reason, I kind of want to say maybe going with another defensive tackle, because looking back at their last season roster, they had 2 defensive tackles. So you still have Pedrilia on the board, if I'm correct. Yeah. Definitely dropped this far. So I could definitely see them maybe, like you said, maybe going with a curveball and going that defensive tackle.
Manuel Petrilla is still sitting there, so plenty. Again, we've talked ad nauseum about those 3 between Forge, Petrilla, and also Olin Thump. They're the 3 that have really slid down the draft board tonight. The Revolution pick is in from Ross Napoli. Cameron Irvine to announce.
With the 27th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select strong safety Ronnie Shanahan Jr. Atlanta has the 28th pick.
All right, well, there's your curveball. It's a safety, Ronnie Shanahan Jr. The original Ronnie Shanahan was a receiver on DC. He was a defensive of that talented player, Ronnie Shanahan Jr., going over to the Revolution. He had a really good offseason as well in the SFL as a part of that Bossier City defense we've talked about a few times tonight. Tyler, a pick that is going to do a lot for a defensive secondary that needed a little extra help.
And this is to back up Dante Graham, Tank Bennett, Nathan Blake, all the good guys that have stuck by Ross and Gerald and the rest of the Revs in Homa, and have done a fantastic job doing it. Now they have a little bit of rocky season in terms of their games. It is something always always happens, and sometimes it's a mess up on defense. And this is where you bring in guys, and Ross and Gerald know how to bring in guys, and they have great conversations with everybody. And I have no doubt that Ronnie Shanahan Jr. was talking with Ross and was talking with Gerald and talking with Ethan as well, general manager over there in Louisiana, and liked what he heard, and they liked what they heard, and that's exactly why they came up with the pick to develop him into a solid defensive back.
You know, and it also feels like a bit of a character pick, which has been a bit of a theme for the Revs over the seasons. Jason, this was a piece of that Bossier City defense that had some really nice nights. But again, another pick that doesn't necessarily feel a need, but more so a want. How are you feeling about this pick?
Well, you know, actually, I had some insider information. I could have got that one 100% right, but it came in. It came in right as the pick was being made before I saw it. So, thanks for that, by the way, because somebody wanted to see me be right for a change. You know, is there a chance that maybe this season we're going to see a lot of the position sub things where we're gonna see some linebackers move up and play that defensive end position, and that's why teams aren't filling those defensive lines the way we think they are. Versatility, when you have these strong safeties and these fast guys that can get around that edge, maybe we're going to see some interesting position sub stuff, and that's why we're seeing the speed guys, you know, go off. You know, putting a defensive tackle there to kind of fill the gap would be nice, but if you can get somebody off that edge and get some tackles in the backfield and get some sacks, that we really need to generate more sacks this season. I think across the board teams do. So maybe that's the way that the teams are looking at doing that now.
Absolutely. Picks are coming in at a good pace. Atlanta have submitted their pick. They already picked up Henry McGee earlier in the first round. Let's see what they're doing with their second pick. Over to you, Cam.
With the 28th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Atlanta Swarm select linebacker William Patterson. It's back to Louisiana for the 29th pick.
There you go, another linebacker off the board here tonight. It's part of the San Jose defense that had some really nice nights this season, the SFL. John, was this a need that you feel Atlanta have gone ahead and filled, or were you thinking something else here?
Yeah, this one I wasn't really gonna go with linebacker. With this pick, I was more looking at, I would say probably defensive back. I was thinking about more Kelly on this one. Like I said, with the linebackers, I mean, they already have 4 of them. Figured they might go with, you know, maybe another cornerback, you know, to add on there. But, you know, still defensive minded, but not a bad pick. Like I said, again, you know, I know when these teams are making these picks, you know, they have in mind of what their vision is, and, you know, they're pretty much sticking to it. So, you know, I knew it was going to be nothing on offensive line, you know, but had to be at least something on defense. So, not a bad pick.
Absolutely. Louisiana back on the clock here at 20. Those 3 players we were talking about earlier, those positional needs, and Petrilla, Thump, and Forge are all still available. But still some other directions that the Revs could go in to continue filling out their roster. Jason, what's the idea here for Louisiana?
I mean, conventional wisdom would say they get that Neil Rivers replacement here and go Petrilla. But, you know, maybe they go linebacker. I mean, Atlanta just picked up their 5th. So, I mean, for teams that don't run a lot of 3-4, we've got a team with 5 linebackers now. So maybe they stick to that and they grab somebody with the speed on the edge. But I would like to see them, you know, get that Neil Rivers replacement and plug in Petrilli right here. He's a plug and play guy, really active, good character, good player. I think that would be the pick to go. But as we've seen so far, it seems like maybe speed and athleticism is winning out over anything else right now.
That's crazy. They've got 5 linebackers sitting on their roster. Celine Shady was a free agent signing. He joins the likes of Gary Clem, Blake B. Craze, Chuck Diesel, and Tommy Rollbrook Buse as well in that linebacking core. And we obviously saw Ronnie Shanahan Jr. go off the board previously, but potentially a need for some extra defensive line help. Chance Wall is the lone interior tackle along with Brian Craven and Gary Burney, but again we mentioned offensive line is still around and available. Odette Boudreau is the only lineman at that left tackle position. Louisiana's pick is in. We'll cross over to Cameron Irvine to an.
With the 29th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Louisiana Revolution select tight end Tyler Gregory. Seattle, by way of Tulsa earlier this evening, is back on the clock with pick 30.
There you go. It's another tight end off the board. That's 3 now for the Revs. John Michael Sudduth, as mentioned, is the lead tight end along with Levy Lease. Tyler, it's another Tyler off the board. Interesting selection, though, by the Revs, given their other positional needs.
Now let's get this Tyler party started, shall we? And no, again, Mr. Gregory gets off the board and goes to a fantastic organization. And here's what I'm thinking of Ross, because I had a feeling, knowing Ross and knowing Gerald and knowing Ethan a little bit, is, we got to get Tommy a few more targets. We got to have a few different plays in our arsenal so that Tommy feels comfortable, that Tommy can step back and throw, because though Salmons and Grant are great, this past season has shown that they can be a little injury prone. And it's the big question now is when Tommy needs to be called on. He's had to try and force his way. Having an extra blocker on the outside is always a good thing to protect Utah, and then they can just float out into the passing lanes and catch a pass or two.
There you go, and another piece for Tommy Utah to throw to, but also potentially some extra run support for that talented backfielder, Dwayne Salmons and Chris Grant Jr., as well as Cameron Collier in the backfield there. John, this is a pick of great intrigue, but there's plenty of tight ends that have been flying around in this draft tonight. How do you feel about this selection by the Revs?
Yeah, I mean, another Chicagoan off the board, it being a tight end. For me, you already got 2 other tight ends. I mean, again, I think most of these teams they're kind of, I think what they're going to be good at doing is, kind of just saying, hey, we're gonna have you come on over, but just listen to us for a second, and we're gonna, mold you and build you up a certain way. So I think that's what's definitely happening. Like I say, even with this pick, I wouldn't anticipate it. But again, great pick. Obviously another Warrior. We're off the board, and the Chicago guys are going right off the boards.
So another Chicago Warrior goes off the board. Seattle is straight back to it. Their pick at number 30 is in. This was the deal that was made with Tulsa earlier tonight. They've got 2 in this second round. The first is in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 30th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select offensive lineman Olin Thump. The Jacksonville Kings are on the clock with the 31st pick.
Okay, how on earth did we allow this to happen? The number 1 player on the entire draft board has lasted an entirety of 29 picks and is sitting pretty for Seattle at 30, and Olin Thump is finally off the board, an extra offensive lineman or the Nemesis. John, this must be a pick that you are absolutely stoked with.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. Again, I think it's just crazy to just see how, just to see like how, all these offensive linemen are just kind of falling all over the place. I mean, already looking at Thump, 6'6", 350, just big person. Like I said, again, be nice to watch Thump protect Ty out there, and and just it's a great pick. Definitely excited for this season.
Obviously, a pick that has Ty Patak in mind as the only quarterback that sort of is that mobile build, but also a backfield that now features Blue Scott and JW Doyle, the free agent signing in the offseason. But that line now, he joins Sean Sullivan, Will Stevens, and Matty Mack. An already strong offensive line now adds in Olam Thump with the 30th overall pick. Jason, this is a pick that, I mean, from our perspective, must be incredibly envious of, given the value that he brings and where they've got him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that is an absolute gift. I'm half surprised they didn't go with the 5th wide receiver just because of the way the draft has went. But no, that is just when you do draft grades later on, getting the #1 player in the draft and getting a position of need in the 2nd round is going to get you an A+ draft grade pretty much by itself on top of what they've already done. So, yeah, boy, sometimes the stars and moons just align for you, and I think they just aligned for Seattle right there.
There you go. That is a huge, huge selection. Tyler, I'll give you to give brief thought on that selection by Seattle, and then furthermore what Jacksonville could do as they go back in and attempt to fill another need.
No, it's a good pick by Seattle. They find another guy in the draft, another good guy in the draft. Now the only question is, does he move to the guard slot, or does he because of how high value is, does he push over one of the existing tackles into a guard slot? That's my only question for that pick. So no, Seattle solidified that offensive line, protect Ty a little bit more. As far as Jacksonville goes, again, their first few picks all defense. We have yet to see them try and extend anything.
Jump in, Tyler, if you don't mind interjecting. This pick no longer belongs to Jacksonville. We've had a trade come across. So Mexico City, I believe, is now on the clock, if that's correct. Oh, no, that's a late trade. So keep going in a second, but the trade will be Mexico City will receive a Jacksonville 3rd round pick next season, a 2nd round, rather, and then furthermore, Jacksonville's season 22, 47, and 72 going to Mexico City. So that's not relevant right this second, but that will come into play later on. Do continue, Tyler. I apologize.
Okay, so it's still Jacksonville pick happening later. Cool.
It is still Jacksonville, yes.
Okay, still Jacksonville here. Again, defensive line. If they're continuing to try and solidify the defense, this is where we see a defensive line pick. However, in my personal opinion, we see a lot more depth at the tight end position. We don't have a 4th wide receiver yet for Jacksonville, and so if I gotta flip a coin here, based on value, I think this is where P. Footer comes off the board, or let's see if I can get this right. Tyrion Darshington comes off the board with for an offensive line pick. That's where I'm headed if I am Jacksonville.
He's in from the Jacksonville Kings. We'll go back to Cam to announce the pick.
With the 31st pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select tight end Dot Williams. Los Angeles is on the clock for the first time tonight with the 32nd pick.
Okay, that's a fun pick. The #1 tight end on the draft board jumps off here. Jacksonville adds to their offense that features the likes of Jim Copeland Jr., who's the lone tight end, but also Connor Weston, Kingston Ellington, and Joe Beasley, who are all targets for O.J. Brown. Jason, this is a nice little pick here. Someone who also fell quite a ways down the board. Again, part of that Lexington Miners squad from this SFL season.
Yeah, Dot that was one that I was wondering what was happening there when you had Jimmy went, a little further down the, down there with tight ends go, and Gregory went ahead of them. But it's good to see Dot come off the board. Jacksonville they can't really miss with what they're doing here. I mean, they didn't take the last offensive lineman, but they got a tight end now that can come in and block still, and also get out there and catch passes. A little more versatile that way. So this is not one of the big surprises here. You did, like you said, you had Fedor out there. You had some defensive pieces out there, but you are getting a little bit thin. And when the number one tight end is sitting there staring at you, why not jump all over it?
Absolutely. So Jacksonville continuing to build out their roster. Los Angeles are on the clock. This is a team that we haven't talked about tonight just yet, but they had a pretty strong offseason. They brought in Jalen Wells as a new lead fullback, that receiving core that sees Darius Iniguez, I should say, take up the number one spot. Along with the likes of LZ Pryor and Chris Lee. They only have one offensive lineman. We haven't seen Harley Forge jump off the board yet. Those 5 defensive linemen are all really strong. They added Nick Brummer into a third defensive tackle slot. And Rochelle Colston had a huge $1.9 million contract moves from free safety to outside linebacker to make way for Monte Wyatt at free safety position. So plenty of activity here from the Lycans. Tyler, jump back to you here. What do you think the move is here for LA?
All right, let's talk about them Lycans. And the Lycans have been, they've been in and around everything. If you guys are just tuning in to SFL for the first time, Lycans, they needed a little bit extra to try and get back in some games. 4-8 to finish out the season with 3 straight losses. They were 4-5. They looked strong in certain areas. They just couldn't finish the job. An area which they struggled was the running game. Unfortunately for LA, running game just wasn't in the cards. What's a way that the Lycans can get that done this season? Well, add another tight end, get some help on the outside. They have Jalen Wells and Tommy Rahman at fullback, so you have some guys in front of Logan Jack to make things happen. I mean, you got one last offensive lineman you can go after, and you can solidify and develop in order to maybe spring Jack free a little bit. But what interests me with LA is now with 2 different fullbacks, they're really going to try and mess some things up. We might see a lot more power eye. A good offensive lineman is where we go here.
Absolutely, and it's the rest of this Lycans roster. There's plenty to like about what they have been able to do in the offseason. Plenty of talent available, but yeah, absolutely, a second running back could well be on the precipice here. But also, again, Carly Forge available on the board still. John, are you in line with that thinking?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about it too. If you look at their roster, I mean, they only got 1 guard. So, I mean, defensive tackles, you got 3 of those. Defensive ends, you got 2. Got a good small linebacker core. I could really. I'm more leaning towards taking that last guard or last center. Or I can see him, like I said, probably pulling a little twist about or whatever, or curve, and maybe get a defensive back. But I think this would be the opportunity to get that last offensive line.
Absolutely. Still looking at some of those running back prospects, along with Carly Forge, the only lineman left on the board from Chicago. But again, we've talked about the remaining talent we've seen. We've talked about BB Bullets out of Pittsburgh, but also Brandon Brandstall out of Philadelphia. And Jason, is this a selection that you could see your lead tailback?
I mean, yeah, unless they're going to have Jalen take over some of that workload. But let's just do something crazy. They've got 299 speed wide receivers on on their roster. They got a 92. Why not go just ahead and add a 5th wide receiver with Jonathan Haynes and have a 97 speed wide receiver as well? Let's just go ahead and speed kills.
The fact that Haynes is still available at this point as well, that's a great call. He is the 2nd overall wide receiver on the board and is still sitting there. Potentially LA just says, let's go Sully Richardson, let's air it out this season. That could well be on the cards. There's plenty to like about what LA, a team that has sort of struggled to get over the hump in recent seasons, but again, those 2 rookies, Bubba Tree, are both very entertaining prospects in leading into their sophomore season. Could they add another high-profile rookie? That crew in Jonathan Haynes out of Albuquerque will get that pick in just a moment. And we'll see who Los Angeles have picked up right on time. The pick is in. Over to you, Cam.
Thank you, Jacob. With the 32nd pick in the SFL Season 22 Rookie Draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select halfback Brandon Brennenstall. The 33rd pick is Queen City. You're back on the clock.
Oh yeah, this is a good one. I am a huge Brandon Brennenstall fan. That lead back in the Philadelphia Cougars, the master of the truck move, going to the Lycans. Jason, talk us through what Brandon Brennenstall is going to bring to this LA Lycans offense.
You know, I think Brandon really he really wanted to come back to Philly and wasn't really if he didn't get drafted, it wasn't going to bother him. Let's put it that way. So I think he played possum a little bit during this draft process. That guy is amazing. Couldn't ask for a better teammate. He progresses at midnight. I mean, as soon as progression is open, he's there wanting to progress. What should I progress this week? Boy, they are getting an absolute steal right here. But I think part of that he might not have come off as the great teammate that he is, but boy, that he is amazing, and the player on the field is one of the most dominant as far as a power rushing back that I've ever seen. I mean, if we could get him in open space, I mean, just trucking, that truck stick just came out over and over and over. If we got him out on that toss, he was unstoppable. Glad, man, so happy for him. I hope he enjoys his experience, and Los Angeles treat him well, and you guys just got an absolute leader in your locker room.
Brilliant. And Tyler, this is someone who, again, has had a glowing reference from the ownership of the Philadelphia Cougars, but is certainly someone who can help LA get over that bump that's just been hurting them for the last few seasons.
We talk so much about having a good interview, having a good repertoire with potential owners, but to get feedback from your current ownership group about how good you are, what kind of person you are, it speaks volumes in of itself. A lot of folks in chat and a lot of folks here are saying this is a steal, this is a good pick, and I happen to agree that Brandon is going to be a force in the SFL for seasons to come. It all starts here on draft night, and the big thing for LA now is they've struggled with the run, struggled so much with the run. Now they're leaning so heavily into the run, I don't know what's going to happen. They now have 4 backs in that backfield: Logan Jack, Jalen Wells, Tommy Rahman, and now Brennan Stahl. This is going to be a different style of LA, I think. I think we're going to see a lot more run, and hopefully for LA and for the LA faithful, a lot more cohesive and coherent run strategy going forward.
Someone who, you mentioned 4 backs now in that line offense, but also is someone who they can essentially set up some design plays for. Jason talked toss play that was so successful in the SFL. They're going to try and get him in very certain situations. They're going to really, use his athleticism to the best of their ability, and he is a huge selection for Lycans at this spot in the draft. Furthermore, we keep going here. Queen City, their pick is in at the in the second round. They get to add another piece to their roster. Cam, to announce this one.
With the 33rd pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select defensive lineman Deterion Darshington. Motor City back on the clock with pick 34.
There we go. If we were having a name draft, this would probably be the number one overall taken, but it's taken a while for us to get another defensive lineman taken, and Queen City go ahead and get their snipe pick. John, this is a really nice little pickup late into night one of rookie draft.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pickup. I mean, if you look at the roster, and even right now with the second round, and I mean, you know, if you look at their picks, at least, I mean, they still have, what, 2 more this round, if I'm correct? So, you know, they're just, you know, hey, let's go ahead and pick up some defense first. I mean, if you look at their roster, they only have one defensive end. So it's good to pick up another one. Like I said, Queen City, they definitely got more picks to roll with. And, you know, it seems like just, you know, themselves and the Kings just, they're having all these picks, and they're kind of like, okay, yeah, we'll get to what we really want. I mean, nobody else is really getting to our picks, so we'll just wait. And we already got 5 picks to go, so you know, we got plenty of time. But good pickup. So definitely get another guy on that defensive line.
Absolutely. Going into the next pick here, Motor City, back on the clock. I want to give a bit more time to talk about Motor City because they filled their, capital need earlier in the draft, taking King Jackson. Now there's an opportunity to add something else to this growing roster. Jason, what are your thoughts on this V8's pick?
Let me look. I mean, there's only 2 halfbacks left now. So you've got BB Blitz and Pepe Silva out there. So if teams are going to get that second spot, and I believe that they're one of the teams that also could use that second back. I mean, absolutely. They could use that second back. They also could use a linebacker depth. They've only got 1 on the roster right now. So this could be a RC Puff sighting here. Could also see maybe Fedor go here. So I would say I'm going to go with Puff right here. I'm going to say we're going to go defense, and we're going to see Puff go off the board.
I see path of thought here for Motor City. The picks are coming in better place here as we get into the middle of the second round. Over to you, Cam.
With the 34th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Motor City V8 select halfback BB Blitz. Pick 35. We are up to Carolina. You're back on the clock.
I almost had it. I talked myself out
On the
of it.
money. Yeah, you were right there. If that pick had to come in like 15 seconds earlier and I cut you off, it would have been absolutely perfect. But BB Blitz, Tyler talked about him earlier, so he's someone that you have highlighted on your board list, Pittsburgh Riverhogs running back. Tyler, talk us through this pick for Motor City.
Oh, no Bullet and BB pairing for me. Oh, yeah. No, BB's a great guy, and Motor City have got themselves another back that they can utilize. And again, you see the tape here. He's able to get down and dirty in the trenches and really fight for those extra yards. And so pairing him up with Geronimo Rivera, I'm just giving Rivera a little bit of time on the sidelines to breathe while we get BB in and get going. I think it just is going to work wonders for that Motor City run game, where they still have 3 tight ends. They still have the McMillans, Bill and Phil, on the line. So I think this is a great pickup for Motor City. They should be able to manufacture something on the ground game now.
Absolutely. And furthermore, looking at this Carolina pick coming up here, next up, Blitz is an awesome little pickup for the V8s there, and that solidifies their backfield that we were sort of looking at with interest, given the fact that they had no lead tailback there. They've now got Christopher Dean and BB Blitz to lead the rushing attack over there in Motor City. Carolina is back up. We've seen them already tonight, and they are back up here in the second round. We'll go back to you, John. One of a few different directions that the Skyhawks could go in here. What are you envisaging here?
Yeah, I mean, with the Skyhawks, like you said, looking at their roster, they got both running backs, 4 wide receivers. I mean, you know, they could go with a second tight end. I mean, or like you said, get that last center, get that last O-line. You know, I think looking at right now, they've already got their one defensive player earlier. So maybe this time they go, you know, with that last pickup of the O-line. But I won't be, like I said, again, I won't be surprised if they throw a little curveball. It seems like a lot of teams are throwing curveballs today. But kind of like what Jason said, it's the beauty of it. But I can see him go with the O-line this pick.
And we talked about Carly Forge a few times tonight. She's still on the board and available, and plenty of ways that this Carolina team could continue to fill out unit. We also got Emmanuel Petrilla, who is still waiting on that board as the number 1 defensive tackle, is another feasible option here for the Skyhawks. The pick's in. Over to you, Cam.
With the 35th pick in the SFL Season 23 rookie draft, the Carolina Skyhawks select free safety J.C. Wallace. The 36th pick is Jacksonville's. The Kings back on the clock.
Well, there you go. J.C. Wallace lasts well into the second round. This is another one that could be coined as a bit of a steal this late in the draft. Tyler, a really inciting pick here by Carolina.
Yeah, that also helps out Skippy Curtis, have somebody that she can mentor and have someone learn from. And so Wallace, again, being one of the better looking free safeties, I should say, as far as a play goes. Again, overalls don't mean everything. If you have heart and talent, it shows. And sometimes it shows in the field, and Wallace was able to go ahead and show that for Pittsburgh, especially last night in the semifinal game. And so what I'm really looking forward to see what Carolina comes up with is are they going to have Wallace fly around or play more of that backup role? And I think that's room for discussion for Carolina, and they have the room to play with it.
J.C. Wallace was the lead safety on the Pittsburgh Riverhogs roster, but we've only seen 2 out of the top 6 safeties taken off the board so far tonight. Looking further at like Big O Renfro and Justin Andrews, who are still sitting there firmly on the board, but Carolina picks up an extra piece for their defensive backfield. Jason, back over to Jacksonville again. They just added a second tight end. They've got another shot at the board here with a pretty wide open. What do you think is the next pick here for the Kings?
Can I just name the next 10 guys on the list, and then I'll have one of them down. Let's see here, because I was really thinking more. I was really looking more at that last pick and looking at like what happened with Justin there. They missed their shot on their fullback. Here they could go a tight end, one of the tight ends that are left, maybe Cables McGill, and move him to the fullback spot. I'm going to give up on the offensive lineman. Petrilla would be a good spot here. Fedor, Petrilla. I mean, they still have holes. So if you're gonna nail me down to one, just because it makes the least amount of sense to me, I'm gonna go McGill here as another tight end to put in there blocking.
Well, B and again would be a third tight end. They had a second. Petrilla could be outstanding value this late in the opening night of the draft. John, and there's still plenty of options we haven't really uncovered for this team. Is there anything else that's sticking out for you?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, throughout the draft. Again, they still got a lot more picks to go. So, I wanted to say wide receiver, but honestly, they could just keep on waiting at this point. I think they know that they see that wide receivers aren't really coming off the board like that, and maybe even if they do, in about another 7 picks, they're about to have another pick anyways, another 6. But I would say for this one, I think I'm gonna go more cornerback. Earlier, I wanted to say, I think I was saying Kelly for cornerback, and I could see maybe Jacksonville taking her. Just speed wise, just crazy. I believe it was at 92. Yeah, 92 speed, 75 agility. So I think this one's going to be a defensive pick. Like I said, Kings, they'll pick up their players a little bit. They got 20 more picks to go.
Very good, and then John Martin will continue to fill out their roster. The next pick, Jacksonville is in. Back to you, Cam.
With the 36th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select safety Justin Andaluz. The 37th pick is Houston. You are back on the clock.
We go. So it is a safety. This is a player, the guy that's going to sit behind Alex Bond on the Jacksonville depth chart. Tyler Andaluz had a really good season in the SFL over in Philadelphia. Talk us through what this adds to that Jacksonville unit.
And so while many folks might be thinking, all right, they got 5 safeties and they only got 1 cornerback, what on earth is Jacksonville thinking? Well, their depth chart is a very funny and fickle beast. They're going to probably take these more talented safeties here in the rookie class and say, hey, we need you to play corner for a little bit. I think that's what John and company are doing. They're looking at the cornerbacks. They're saying, you guys are great, but I like this a little bit better. I like the value that these guys give me, and so I think that's where they're going. And so Justin, he had a fantastic job, of course, for Philadelphia. He's going to do the same thing for Jacksonville and really make the Kings a more fearsome beast in the defensive backfield.
And Jason, this is not back to back, but 2 picks for Jacksonville that have taken secondary members out of that Philadelphia defense. They already took Havo Ramsey as an outside corner. Tyler alluded to the possibility of playing Justin Andaluz as a slot, so potentially a connection being maintained from the SFL. How do you feel about those 2 guys being picked up by Jacksonville, such high value players going over to that Kings secondary?
We know he can do it. We look at doing that during the season in some practices and things, putting him over that slot corner. But we really just needed him on the back end because our strong safety was falling a little bit short. So we really had to have him there, and boy, he came up huge so many times. Not as much with the interceptions, but more with just in run support. Really for the free safety, he really got up there and run support really, really well. Got his hands on a lot of balls, 91 speed, gets his progressions in on time. He's another guy that's in that locker room. It's nice to see teammates go to the same team. That way they can kind of bounce off each other and they're not just, kind of thrown to the wolves. I like to see that. I think they got another great pick here.
So Houston's pick in, we have entered the 3rd hour of night 1 of the rookie draft. To those who have stuck around with us for all 3 of those hours, appreciate it very much. We are almost there. Houston is up next. Their pick is in. Back to you, Cam.
And still easily in the triple digits. Thank you, SFL Nation, here on this late night as we get closer to the new year. With the 37th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select cornerback Kelly Key. Minnesota has the 38th and 39th picks coming up.
Here you go, Kelly Key out of the Lexington Miners system. John, this is an eye for Houston and adds another piece to their defensive secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I was off by 1. But no, great pick. Like I said, just again looking at their roster, what kind of stood out to me was defensive backs. I wanted to say offensive line, but like I said, you got your guard, tackle, so you're good on that. You're good on wide receivers. For this one, I had a feeling it was going to be at least defensive back. Kelly K, already, like I said before, 92 speed, 75 coverage, 75 agility, coverage at 68, 6'2", 195. Great pick. Like I said, they're getting these defensive backs right now.
Jason, another nice little pickup for your headhunters, and we'll be joining you in that defense over there. How are you feeling about this pick? And in addition to a defense that also added the likes of John Barnhart and Guy Cognito, along with new general manager Blake Pryor, and I didn't even point that out. New leadership over there in Houston, starting to get their stuff together. Exciting times over there in Houston.
Yeah, this proves that I did remove myself from the draft process for this, because I really thought I was writing down Carly Forge before the pick even came in, just to finish off that offensive line. But we did lose Vernon Brothers, who didn't sign his contract coming right up into the draft. So that's a Vernon Brothers replacement, a draft pick from last season. So it makes sense. You can never have enough DBs. We like to be versatile with them and move them around a little bit. So it's another great pick. I would have really, if you'd have held me to it, I would have thought that center was coming off the board right there.
So Tyler, Minnesota on the clock here. Next up, talk us through what the Legend could do with this second pick after taking a tailback earlier tonight.
Yeah, like you said, they took Isaac Knox, which really solidifies that ground game and gives Colin Hart a reliable partner in the backfield. And just looking at what Minnesota can do, right? Of course, we've got a few linemen still available on the board. The likes of Pete Footer is still knocking about. Connor O'Shaughnessy, though. Seeing that last name, almost, I'm just going to preemptively say it. If Denver's still knocking about, they'll probably pick up Connor at some point, either tonight or tomorrow. But where else could Minnesota be? There's really just a few names that really stand out to me, and I don't think they're going to go. I don't think they're going to go defensive line here. I think the most realistic option is to partner up another tight end with Jason France. And so with Dot Williams coming off the board, Cables McGill, though I have a feeling that it's going to be James Jennings who comes off the board from San Jose that goes to Minnesota.
Could well be. Wait no longer. Minnesota's next pick is in. We'll go back to Cam at SFL HQ.
I have the 38th and 39th picks for you. First, with the 38th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select free safety Jubilee Marsh. And with the 39th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select linebacker Shin Yoneda. Seattle back on the clock with pick 40.
All right, how's that for efficiency? They knew exactly what they were doing with two picks, so both of them off the board here. And I tell you what, this is a really, really nice pick. Jubilee Marsh has been a real public presence over the last few weeks as Pittsburgh's season was really, and you see his highlights here on screen. Jason, two very nice pickups here for Minnesota.
Yeah, and I think the theme continues. Just getting more speed and more athleticism. I think coming out of last season, teams are really looking for ways to slow some of these offenses down, and their answer seems to be loaded up with defensive backs and linebackers, because we're going to see more teams with 4 linebackers and maybe even 5 linebackers, and also with 7, 8 DBs, it seems like. So that having that versatility around the defensive side of the ball seems to be something that teams are really going for. I think that's the theme of the night. and that's two great pickups, and that's two great pickups on that side of the ball for sure.
Unionator and Jubilee Marsh are not necessarily the highest valued prospects in their relative positions, so these two picks certainly scream character and locker room selections, and that certainly is in line with the objective that Stephen Black has as the general manager of the Minnesota Legend, trying to maintain that strong locker room that they are so known for. John, the Seattle Nemesis are back on the clock here. They got arguably the steal of the draft earlier on in Olin Thump. They could go and pick up Carly Forge here with the next pick and get a fifth offensive lineman. But how are you feeling about the two picks that they've made already tonight? And furthermore, what do you see could be the direction here with this next pick?
Yeah, overall, it's great picks for tonight. Like I said, both of the picks, I feel like they're great additions to the team. Defensive end Ramos, and then of course having the guard Thump. Like I say, honestly, just having one person to protect Ty, and other one to go after some quarterbacks. By what it sounds like, I think we'll probably go with another defensive end on this pick. I personally thought they might want to trade it away, but it kind of sounds like it'll be a little bit of trying to get another defensive end, and that'll basically be it for the rest of the night for good old Nemesis.
There it is again. Yeah, you're right. There's still plenty of edge rushers available. I had a feeling that there would have been a bit more demand for them, but so far we've seen an onslaught of outside linebackers be picked up to play those roles. But Emmanuel Petrilla could be an absolute steal here as well, and that could really lock up the draft winner status for Seattle. But we'll see what the selection is. Defensive line is the feeling. Cam, tell us.
Jacob, your pause was draft gold. That was amazing. With the 40th pick of the SFL's Season 22 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select defensive end Connor O'Shaughnessy. The DC Dragons are back on the clock with the 41st pick.
Connor O'Shaughnessy potentially being a target for Denver. He sniped here out of the Nashville Tempo defense. He's on his way to Seattle. Jason, we were thinking potentially defensive line was the go here. Interesting pick though by Seattle.
Yeah, I just want to see the script now. I mean, I know Ty was on the winning flag football team, I believe, with Cam. I mean, I want to see what's going on here. That somehow every position of need falls with a great player to Seattle. So, great job. I mean, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but that's a great pickup. They fill a position there, but again, where you wouldn't think those players would be available this late in the draft. So, Seattle keeps going on with their winning ways, and they're probably going to add another dozen ends to this thing by the end of next season.
Absolutely, and another defensive lineman taken off the board, but our likes of P. Fedor and also Emmanuel Petrilla still sitting firmly on the board, but it's Connor O'Shaughnessy that jumps off here. Tyler, your reactions to this late pickup by the Nemesis?
I just nothing's gonna go my way tonight. No Bullet and BB. No O'Shaughnessy reunites with O'Shaughnessy. Like I said, my flat cap only finds my head only once a day. So I had the one pick earlier and I get nothing now. But no, O'Shaughnessy comes in and Seattle just again everything just seems to be falling in their lap. Like you guys have been saying, but at the same time, Seattle have taken that opportunity to pick a position of need, to pick solid players at those positions, and Connor O'Shaughnessy, falls for them and they grab him. So it's good awareness. It is really good awareness by Seattle. I heard rumblings that they might have been wanting to, trade away the pick, but they held on to it and they get O'Shaughnessy, and I think it was the right decision.
And with that being said, we're go over to DC here with their second pick of the night, and just want to take a moment to talk about off-season because they too were quite busy with some of their additions. They transferred Sam Harrison over from wide receiver. He was a special teams all-star representative, and Mason Kirby is the new wide receiver 1. He was formerly of Las Vegas, and Lyric Da Vinci jumps over from the Revolution into their 3 slot, and then also Michael Pococco is the lone offensive lineman on this Dragons roster, so it could be a spot where Callie Forge goes. We've talked about her ad nauseum tonight, and then furthermore, looking down, could potentially be a member of their defensive secondary. John, this could go one of a few different ways. What do you think is the direction here for the Dragons?
Yeah, I think for the Dragons, I was looking at the roster and the pick from earlier, and they got a strong safety, Tyler Highfield, and that's kind of been it ever since then. So I guess the one area that I was looking at was their wide receivers. They only have 3, so I think this might be a good time to pick up, one of the wide receivers that's left on the board. I know we have Jonathan Haynes, King Alexander, Nick Twice, Xavier Knight. Jonathan Haynes, still, I think that would be a good pickup, pretty fast or whatnot. But I think it's not going to be him. I think it's going to be at least a wide receiver. You only got 3 right now. Definitely pick up at least one.
Absolutely, the wide receiver depth charts here. Jonathan Haynes would be incredible value this late into night 1 of the draft. Again, we mentioned they've only got 3. Could potentially be a fun addition to the likes of Larry Da Vinci and also Josh Gill, and furthermore Mason Kirby, who they brought over in the off-season. That backfield again is solidified in DC, and also the defense is starting to take shapes. This seems more or less a luxury pick here. Tyler, any late shouts for what DC could do?
Well, I've just been doing some late math. Me and Cam have been just talking here at SFL headquarters, and I'm looking at the player pool courtesy of these 2 gentlemen put in front of. I think Jason, you're the man who came up with this player pool and everything. If I did my math correctly, there were 35 more picks, right? 35 more picks in this draft. There are only 34 positional players available, not including quarterback. We will see more than likely Chad Moore come off the board if this is the full and completed draft board. So now the question is who picks up Chad Moore is the next question.
Well, we talked about, we haven't talked about, those of you who have been looking at the player openings channel in the League Discord server would have seen last night, Vancouver put out interest in a quarterback too. Could it be Vancouver that ends up picking up Chad Moore or another one of the quarterbacks that are available on the draft board? There's, again, all but one still available, and again, we saw a couple of teams last season pick up a second quarterback, so certainly something to pay attention to as the night proceeds. But for now, DC's pick is in. We'll go back to Cam for this selection.
With the 41st pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select inside linebacker Ben Bowman. Queen City is back on the clock with pick 42.
There you go, DC with a pick to add to there. It's go try and pick it up. It's another linebacker to add to their core here that features Jack signing over from Sioux Falls along with Saeed Gore and Declan O'Rourke. Jason, and it's another cool pickup here for DC.
Well, and Ben Bowman, man, burst onto the scene. I think he came in and he might have been his first or second game because there wasn't many this season, but came in, I think, had 3 picks in one game. Came close to house in one of them, or maybe took it all the way back. But I just know every time I turned around in that game, there's one of the picks there in the highlights. Ben Bowman, Ben Bowman, Ben Bowman, all game long. But I mean, to add to their, to add to these all these linemen that they have and linebackers, teams are again loading up on defense. You can see the highlights here, and that was all pretty much from one game. So a little bit of a ball hawking linebacker. And what's wrong with that? Play inside linebacker myself. It's nice to see the big guys get those interceptions and try to rumble down to the end zone.
He will add plenty to that DC defense. It's also already quite stacked with talent. John, it's an Albuquerque Adams player who had a really important impact over the course of the season.
Yeah, like I said, I just, I think I would have gone a different way, but like I said, I think all these teams, I don't know if they're kind of like their strategies kind of like switch, just thinking of how things were going to go, but I think we can all say, definitely had some surprises throughout the draft or whatnot. So, like I said, they still got, another pick to go or whatnot to, down the road, and maybe that's when we'll see, another wide receiver. But good pick. Like I said, add on to that linebacking core that they already have with 3, add another linebacker, and there you go.
Absolutely. Queen City is back on the clock. They have had a few selections tonight to continue filling out the roster. Tyler, again, one of a number of different ways that the Corsairs could go here with this selection. What's your thinking?
There is a bunch of wide receiver talent on the board. They've all been sitting there so patiently, still waiting for their name to be called. I think this is where we want. I think this is where we might see CJ Parrish come off the board here. Again, if I did my math right, all these wide receivers have got to go. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, but right now if it's not CJ, it's not going to be tight end. So it has to be wide receiver. In my personal and professional opinion, well, maybe not professional, but personal opinion, it's got to be CJ Parrish.
CJ Parrish is there. We've talked about Jonathan Haynes as the top option at that position. I believe King Alexander is still available. Nick Twice, Xavier Knight. They're all ahead of CJ Parrish in terms of value, but again, plenty on offer at that position. Also looking further down, the likes of Benchard K of Philadelphia are also an intriguing option. Jason, I believe both of the Philadelphia receivers are available. What could they bring to the table to an SFL team?
Well, I mean, King Alexander, everybody in chat will say AO everything, always open. I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, he's a guy that is going to get you just ramped up to play that game. So I don't really know why he's not getting the look that he should have sooner, but I think it's just, I think, Tyler made a good point earlier that, Seattle is, we're going back to the Seattle thing, is they might be getting players that are available, but they're actually taking those players. There's been plenty of teams that have had opportunities to fill positions of need. They're just not doing it. So maybe here, a position need would be that wide receiver spot. And Jonathan Haynes, I mean, he's got a $500,000 cap hit. So maybe that's one of the reasons for some of these teams that have so many positions to fill that he's not going to be there. But Alexander's only, like $70,000. So I think we could see King Alexander finally come off the board here, and whoever gets him is just getting another guy who's going to be there in the fight and ready to go every single game and every single day. I mean, he'd be another great leader in your locker room.
This does seem like a cool pick here for Queen City. Obviously, new quarterback in town, and Eric Price. We haven't mentioned that yet. He crosses over from Queen City to replace Trellis Blanton, but that wide receiver core features Adrian Ellis, Joseph Burdett, and also Bob Wood, so perhaps in need of something a little bit more dynamic, and they have the cap to bring in someone like Jonathan Haynes with the top end speed that he has. That would be something very different that this Queen City offense doesn't have, and would be an excellent weapon to continue to support a top quality quarterback that they brought in over the offseason. This leadership working very hard to get it together, but also they only have one guard, Robert Cron. So again, Forge could be an option here for the Corsairs to add extra run support for Tony Zoma and Jet Zero. John, any late shouts here for Queen City? We've talked a lot about wide receiver. Is there anyone that stands out for you?
Like I said, I think this one maybe go with Carly on this pick. Again, they got plenty of more picks to go. I was just kind of looking up as to what they got left, and they got, of course, the 44th pick. Was it the 52nd, 54th? Like, they still got more picks to go. So even if it's not right now, it could be down the road. It could be tomorrow. So I think maybe go ahead and get that offensive line, and so you got another pick down right around the corner.
Absolutely. Corsairs pick is in. We'll go back to Cam.
With the 42nd pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select outside linebacker Morgan Brown, Jacksonville. Jacksonville's on the clock with the 43rd pick.
Okay, well, I don't have Cam's audio for whatever reason, so I'm not sure if the viewers have Cam's audio, but Morgan Brown is the selection by Queen City, and this one slipped by beyond the radar a little bit. Tyler, he's the number one overall outside linebacker available, and it's fallen to.
And the big thing about value, especially with having to fill so many slots for Queen City and get back to 27, and then to try and figure things out, they need guys that are going to be able to manufacture. So right now he's top of the line. Right now he's top of the line, and this is the thing. Or they probably had to say, "Hey, Morgan, we might have to cut some cap from you. We might have to do this, but we're going to give it to all you back as soon as we possibly can." Or the big thing is, all right, now we've got our 27. Now we got our guys. Now let's try and work with who we can get. And again, Morgan Brown, top rated outside linebacker, comes off the board. If they can keep him at his level, Morgan Brown's going to be a stud.
Absolutely, and Jason, this is another piece of that stout Philadelphia defense. What does Morgan Brown bring to the Corsairs?
Morgan, the player on the field, is amazing. We moved to the edge a few times. Great pass rush out of blitz packages. Also, at least one interception in the end zone to stop a drive. Great player on the field. Probably needs to be a little more active. I think that's one of the reasons why you probably saw Morgan drop down a little bit in the draft. Is needs to be a little more vocal, a little more active. I don't know how much there was of reaching out to GMs or responding back. So I think that's where you want to see be engaged a little more. And I think that draft stock would have absolutely skyrocketed. But as far as the talent on the field, if you look at the tape, good, and also does get in all the progressions. So it's not like it's not a player that's not there. Just maybe a little more vocal, a little more leadership, and I think you would have seen that pick come in a lot sooner.
Absolutely, but still a bit of a steal there for the Corsairs to pick up such a talented player so late into night one. Jacksonville are back on the clock. They're another team that's had a surplus of picks tonight, and they look to continue to shore out their roster here with pick 43. John, again, one of a number of different directions here. What do you see the Kings doing?
Yeah, so it seems like it feels like every 3 picks we're kind of like, okay, the Kings are on the clock, and then once we get back to another 4 picks have gone, it's the Kings are on the clock, and then so on and so on. So it just they just got picks to use all night. Again, I don't really want to say wide receiver right now, but just looking at what they've already got, strong safety. Also, they get linebacker, free safety. They did get a tight end, another free safety. I could honestly say maybe they go with another defensive player. Again with the wide receiver core, I said they do have 3, but I think they're just waiting. They want to get, there's going to be plenty of wide receivers to choose from, to draft or whatever. They're just saying, okay, well, we're going to hold off on those guys. Let's start looking at other spots. I know we keep on saying about Carly for the center, but still, still hasn't been picked up. And I think with the Kings, they're probably going to look at something on defense. So my pick probably be, let's see who's left. Maybe just go with another, linebacker. You got RT Puff there. They already got 3 linebackers, and I would say maybe go with another defensive player, go with linebacker.
I see Puff is still sitting there. I believe Dallas Knowles has been not taken either. That's the Nashville outside linebacker. He's second on the value list of LBs, but the pick from Jacksonville is in. Back to you, Cam.
Dallas Knowles going 23rd to, coincidentally, Jacksonville. So there you have that. With the 43rd pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select wide receiver Jonathan Haynes. Back to Queen City for their final pick of the night, 44th on the clock.
Jonathan Haynes is off the board. The number 2 overall wide receiver is on his way to Jacksonville. Tyler, this is a huge selection by the Kings. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and this is where we start seeing the surplus of wide receivers start coming off the board. And let's talk for a little bit about Haynes and what he can bring to the table. If I can pull up all of my stats that have suddenly eluded me. Anywho, we'll just talk about Jacksonville for a second. They've already got Connor Weston, Kingston Ellington, and Joe Beasley on the team. What does Haynes bring to the table? He brings depth. He brings another option for OJ Bruin to come along and say, hey, you've got an extra guy. They had 4 wide receivers last time. They had David Gears alongside Ellington and Weston last season. Now Gears is out of there. So they got to bring in somebody new. They got to bring in another person to be that second slot guy to be able to make quick cuts, and having a higher rated wide receiver and having a guy that can make those cuts, which Haynes has done, will be able to give Jacksonville and the Kings faithful an extra guy to root for and an extra guy to have some fun with.
So that top-end speed that he possesses is standing out as a point of difference for this Kings offense. Jason, a really entertaining here by the Kings.
Yeah, that 97 speed is going to be fun to see. I mean, and that's one of the things coming into this draft is we're getting to see some guys coming off that development team, and some of these rookies that are going to come in with more speed than some of the people that have been around for a long time. I think that's going to be an absolute blast to see for sure. I was going to make another point, but I know what it was. He kind of got overshadowed a little bit by what did you guys dub him, the Silent C, with Iniguez. But when you ran Sims and things, Haynes was all over the field. That's a great pickup for them. I think he's going to be an up and coming star in the league.
Absolutely. Queen City is back up. We're starting to get deja vu here on the panel. They've had a number of picks here in this second round. Still, again, the same needs present here for the Corsairs. Took a linebacker with Morgan Brown earlier on. John, do we go back to the offensive side of the ball here with this pick for Queen City?
So my next question would be: Is next pick the Kings, and then Queen City, and then the Kings and the Queen City? I feel like they should maybe just turn over a list, say, okay, these are the rest of the picks for the second round, since we're like 5 picks in a row. But no, good pick for the Kings. As soon as I said, well, it's not going to be wide receiver, hey, this is what happens. So maybe, I don't know, maybe right now Queen City decides, hey, they saw Jonathan Haynes left, so maybe we'll go ahead and pick up the next best wide receiver, which is King Alexander. just to kind of touch base on King Alexander real quick. 85 speed, 6'3", 76 agility. Kind of like what Tyler just said too. Maybe we just start seeing these wide receivers getting off the board. Maybe Queen City was like, oh, that was one we wanted, and now we're gonna go ahead and get at least the next man up, the next best up. So, I know Queen City, obviously they had, certain wide receiver that was supposed to go over there, and things happened. So now they have to obviously, fill that spot and get ready for it. So I think if it's not going to be at least King Alexander, it's going to at least be a wide receiver. And so again, just what Tyler said, I think you're going to start seeing these wide receivers coming off the board now.
Queen City, again, looking potentially at an extra wide receiver. We mentioned King Alexander, but also looking at the likes of Nick Twice, Xavier Knight, Jay Parrish, and again, there's so many wide receivers on offer with different skill sets and different things that they bring to the table. Ethan Flowers is another one that had some really good performances in the SFL, and also down the bottom, Alexa Benchard K and Hingle McCringleberry had some performances in the SFLM that made them stand out as part of your respective Philadelphia and Chicago rosters. Jason, again, these Philly wideouts provide a lot to teams. Do you think either of them get picked here?
I could see that, but do we see Pepe Silva come off the board here and they get that second halfback before the last one's gone? Could be a possibility there too.
Will be the case again. BB Bullets still available at the halfback spot. We'll find out when Cam announces his pick.
With the 44th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select defensive tackle Emmanuel Petrilla. Denver is on the clock with pick 45.
There you go. That could be the pick of the draft. That's a real steal. Emmanuel Petrilla finally goes off the board. He was the top defensive tackle. Queen City gets the line help that they need. They choose to defer from wide receiver. This is a huge value pick. Tyler, talk us through it.
Well, with so many wide receivers still left to go, there was the need, and with this being the last pick in the second round for the Corsairs at the moment, they looked at what Baltimore did. They said, Baltimore saw a bunch of teams. They saw 23 other teams skip over a fullback, skip over Stanley Younger, and so Baltimore swoop him up. The big thing was for the Corsairs is we're not going to let that happen. We need to get our defensive linemen, and we're going to go after them right here and right now. So Emmanuel goes to Queen City, solid defensive tackle prospect, and Queen City checks all the boxes with this pick.
So this is a first-class steal. John, talk us through what Emmanuel Petrilla is going to bring to the Corsairs.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at their roster, one thing I was gonna bring up, I had a feeling that they might have gone defensive tackle, but again, they already have, they already had Stinson right there. Go ahead and bring a good defensive tackle in, somebody that will perform very well. Again, I keep on saying it like I'm saying before too. They got plenty of picks, so obviously they saw, hey, this person dropping down. They don't have the next pick, in 2 or 3 picks. So hey, let's go ahead and get this person off the board for somebody else starts to see his potential and scoop him up. So great pick by Queen City to see that.
Denver is on the clock. We're entering the last 5 weeks of night 1, and again, appreciate all of you who have stuck through with us tonight. It's been a bit of a marathon, night 1 of the draft, and we've had taken some time to get through all these picks, but for those of you who are stuck with us, it's very much appreciated. The viewership has been awesome tonight, so a massive thank you to everyone who's stuck around. Denver is next up. It's been a long while since we saw Denver at the top of the draft board. Obviously, they took their second tailback in Ash Ketchum, and now they are back here at 45 with their second pick of tonight. Still plenty of vacancies on this Denver roster. Right back to it. Cam, talk us through this Denver selection.
With the 45th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select wide receiver Dalton Barker. The 46th pick belongs to Houston. You're on the clock.
Another offensive pick. Denver picks up a extra receiver. John, this is an intriguing pick by the Nightwings.
Yeah. Let's. What I was looking at too was it's kind of just looking through was how many more picks that they have. Just right now too, they started off the draft, and it seems like kind of like ages ago that that they had a pick. So, the one thing I was looking at was what they had left in picks. They actually have the first pick, for tomorrow, and a couple more after that. Looking at the roster, they do have 3 wide receivers. So obviously, that was a need for them to fill, was to get that 4th wide receiver. So, good pick. I would say maybe a good position pick. I would have probably gone maybe with a different wide receiver, but again, good position pick. And like I said, they'll have another couple picks tomorrow.
Well, given the amount of caps that the roster have, it's an intriguing decision to go and pick up a 4th wide receiver. What do you think about this selection?
The last time they picked was the only time where I thought I was knew kind of what I was going to doing tonight and how it was going to go. When I said it would be running back, I picked the wrong running back, or at least the position was right. I think at this point teams are looking at locker room fits maybe a little bit more than just positions of need. You start to fill in the holes. There's a few teams that still have a lot, but now you get down to you start getting into the end of the second round, and you go into day 2. Now you're looking at people that are more maybe positional subs and more locker room fits, more wanting to learn more about the front office and things like that. So it's going to be hard to even harder now to figure out who's going to go where, even though there's less players.
Absolutely. The Houston Headhunters are back up here with this next selection, and still a heap of talent available for them on the board. What's the thinking here with their next pick?
Sorry, Jacob, you were asking me. You cut off a little bit.
I am asking you.
Oh, okay. All right, fantastic. Well then, let's see. Right. The Headhunters. Who are they going to headhunt tonight? The big question for me is, where do you go with with a lot of the options dwindling now? You don't really want to go with another wide receiver. I don't think. You've already got 4 on the board for the end of the season. Can't really go fullback, and so the only real spot I could see Houston going with, he's not gonna go tight end because they got Daisy over there. So that was my one big thing. So I almost want to say they pick up another linebacker is my thing. You already picked up Kelly Key earlier at cornerback, so your defensive backfield's pretty deep right now, and so along those offensive lineman lines, this is where, oh man, you only got 3 left on the board. Theo Grant Petty maybe is my guess.
And we've talked about Carly Forge on the offensive line. And something I want to bring up as well that we haven't necessarily thought about just yet, may not be applicable for this pick, but could potentially be, is converting a kicker over to punter. Houston don't have a punter. There's 2 kickers left. Could one of them be taken as a serviceable punter? Who knows? But Cam has Houston's next pick.
The 46th pick in the Season 22 SFL Rookie Draft, the Houston Headhunters select free safety Des Seeker. Jacksonville has picks 47 and 48 coming up.
There you go, another safety jumps off the board here out of the San Jose flight, and Houston add further defensive secondary help as we jump into another couple of Houston picks, I believe, as we get further and further into the second round. Rather, Jacksonville, we were talking about Jacksonville earlier, they're back up. But for now, Jason, talk us through another safety picked up by the Headhunters to preferably sit behind Guy Incognito, their free agent signing from Charleston.
I'm just hoping I get to stay on the field other than 4-3. Because, I mean, are we looking to, I mean, is that looking to, just put strong safeties all over the defense? Again, I would have thought that Carly was sitting there. I would have loved to seen us pick up that wide receiver 5 in King Alexander. I just like to have the guy on the team. But I trust in what Damon and the guys do. That's why I stay with Houston, and that's why I try to bring in friends to play with us, and they know what they're doing over there, and they saw something there that I love the name. You got a hunter, now you got a seeker, so it fits in perfectly. So let's hope he comes in and he's ready to go.
Absolutely love the selection. John, the next 2 picks belong to Jacksonville. We've seen, again, plenty of activity from them tonight. Talk us through what the Kings could do here with these picks.
So we're back on Jacksonville again?
For 2 picks.
Yes.
Like I say, it's like, it's either Jacksonville, Queen City, Jacksonville, I've already said that before, but no, I guess like you said, when you have, all these different picks, you're filling out each spot, and so I was trying to get it like a little list together because they're kind of all around here, then over there or whatnot. So looking at Jacksonville, I mean, you just got Jonathan Haynes, good pickup. You got a couple free safeties, strong safeties. What else? Tight end. The only thing I could really think about maybe, for the first pickup is to get Carly. Again, we've been talking about it all night. Carly Forge still being there. So there goes your offensive line right there. And then maybe just to close out the night, because they don't have nothing else, right? They just got 2 more picks. Okay, let's close out the night. I don't know if they had the rest of the picks for the second round, but maybe first go with Carly, or second go with Carly, and then just for the heck of it, go ahead and get a defensive player. Again, if we're looking at the defensive players on the board, we got RC Puff over there for linebacker, defensive end. We got Theo Grant Petty, but I would go that maybe 1 offensive line, 1 defensive line.
Absolutely. And one question to you, Tyler. We talked earlier about the possibility of a quarterback 2 being taken. This is the team, and the only team out there, I suppose you could potentially say the V8's used Creator and Michael Brown together, but OJ Bruin had a genuine dynamic next to Kenny Slider towards the end of last season. Bruin is the only one left on this roster. Could he potentially go back to a 2 quarterback system? Maybe not with this pick, but perhaps in day 2.
I could see that eventually happening, and especially with all of their picks still available to them, it is a possibility. I don't think that is the direction Jacksonville want to go if they have a choice in the matter. And so I think we see I think they say at least away from quarterback here with this pick.
Absolutely. Could well be an option tomorrow with they've got more picks up their sleeve. Jacksonville's pick is in. We'll go back to Cam to announce this pick.
With the 47th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select center Carly Forge. And with the 48th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select defensive end P. Footer. Carly Forge, P. Footer off the board. 49th pick is Baltimore, 50th is Florida to wrap up the night.
John, you got it right on the
There
head.
you go.
Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
That was no insider. I didn't know nothing about that, but that was.
And I'm the one in the studio.
Hey, I'm done for the night. I wish this doesn't drop, but I had a little microphone. I was gonna drop it, but.
Well done. Love it when the panel gets it right on the nose. P. Footer, and furthermore, Carly Forge jumping over to Jacksonville. P. Footer completes a 3-man defensive line with Taquan Hale and Logan Gardner. That's a real value piece that they get to add, but also get some offensive line help from Marcella Martin. So some real enforcements made with these two picks here by Jacksonville. Jason, talk us through those two picks could well be the highlight of their night.
I think that's the third Philadelphia player that's went to Jacksonville. So they all got together and decided that they were going to go after Philly players. Must be talking amongst themselves. They're getting great value there with Fedor. That they've Forge. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, we finally got the offensive lineman off the board. They're really starting to fill their holes in. So maybe at the beginning where we didn't think that it was a position of need, now they knew those positions were going to be available later in the draft. So I think they're finishing really, really strong right now.
Absolutely, and certainly that Philadelphia defense is not a bad identity to try and adopt here in Jacksonville. Again, they picked up Justin Andalus, the safety, along with the top corner in Javier Ramsey, and then they've gone and plucked the second best defensive end on the board in P. Fedor as well. So some key defensive pieces being added here by Jacksonville. John, Baltimore up next, their second pick for tonight. They've already added in the lone fullback on the board in Stanley Younger. There's still a few different things that they could do with this pick. What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the theme for tonight is either the team has 20 draft picks or the team has 100 players on their team. So, with Baltimore, obviously it's been a minute since that they haven't had a pick. Obviously, they got the fullback first round. This round, honestly, just looking at the roster, maybe they say let's go ahead and pick up a free safety or a strong safety. Looking on the board, we still have Renfro, Tyson. Just still got at least a couple different defensive backs, even on cornerbacks. Bonner, if you maybe not a cornerback, but I would say maybe either free safety or strong safety.
You want another different here for the Vultures. Their pick is in, going back to Cam.
With the 49th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Baltimore Vultures select safety Sullivan Tyson. Florida is the 50th pick, ending our coverage of the rookie draft tonight. You're on the clock.
Numbers on the money. It is another safety going to Baltimore. Sullivan Tyson joining from the Albuquerque Adams. Tyler, another case of the rich getting richer.
Well, this one is a much needed pick. If you think back to the championship game, they lost Giovanni Bolt for a time. during the game, and they didn't have a backup. And so this is a much needed pick from Baltimore to have somebody who can come in and immediately make a play. I don't remember the backup's name, but he did have a couple of stand-up plays against Florida, but ultimately not enough to beat the team who's currently on the clock, Florida. And so Sullivan is going to be that guy that might not see a lot of playing time, but when, it's not a case of if anymore, it's when Bolt or Loshaw get hurt, that'll be Sullivan's time to shine.
Absolutely. The last pick of tonight is now on the clock. Florida, the champs, back in line, and that will wrap up the top 50 picks for tonight. Again, appreciate all that have stuck with us. Jason, Florida with a couple of pieces that they could go with some different directions. We talked earlier, Tyler alluded to the potential of a second running back being added to this roster. Is that still on the cards here, or is something else here the thinking for Florida?
I've been waiting for that to happen all night, and there's one left with Silva. But on that last pick, Tyson really showed out on that combine last night too. So you got to wonder if that influenced. So going into next season, you rookies get into that combine, because even when Tyson wasn't the focus of the combine, he was getting interceptions and looked really, really good in that. Last I checked, there's still only 11 starting spots on the defense, but teams are gonna have 16, 17 on the roster. As far as this Florida pick goes, maybe we do see Silva go here, but if things hold serve the way they have the whole night, I could see RC Puff still out there. I think we see an RC Puff sighting here. Maybe see, I think on the defensive side of the ball is where they ended up staying, or possibly go King Alexander. So it's another luxury pick.
So plenty of talent about the board, and a heap that will be flowing on into day 2 tomorrow. But Cam has the last pick for night 1.
And that round 3 coverage is in about 12 hours, noon Eastern, right here on SFL YouTube. Looking forward to seeing everybody back. If you haven't been picked, if you're hoping to get picked, reach out to teams that have picks between 51 and 75. Let them know, see what their plans are, and we hope to see you drafted. If you don't get drafted, that's okay. You're back in SFLM. You continue to progress and get ready for the next offseason, which will be a little bit more back to normal, which will be good. With the 50th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select. I was so close. I almost had it. Man, we've been flying. That's okay. Here you go. 50th pick, Florida selects defensive end Theo Grant Petty. That wraps up night 1 of the SFL rookie draft. Guys, take it home.
All right, the final pick of the night going by way of Florida, and they get an extra edge rusher to add to their talented front 7. Appreciate everything you've done for us tonight, Cam, and let's go through analysis. I'll get it from John on this extra addition to the Florida front 7 that completes a 4-man front that consists of Deontay Stoneville, Alessandro Tomiello, and Pete Mitchell.
Yeah, we finally made it, guys. The last pick of the night. For this one, I was kind of leaning towards more maybe just having that backup running back, just because there's only so many left or whatever. But obviously, they have the defense in mind, so not a bad pickup. I guess defense does win championships too, so good pickup and good draft.
Absolutely, very good draft from all teams involved. Tyler, I'm going to bring you back in. Give us your closing thoughts on tonight's proceedings, your most surprising pick, and what you felt was the best pick of tonight.
Well, they're one of the same in my personal opinion. Again, old school guy. I love pounding the rock, and of course the Vultures had to go and steal Stanley Younger after 23 other teams went and passed him. And so Baltimore adds a little bit of flair and fun to their running attack. And a shout out to Prime Time for a $5 super chat. Thank you guys for doing a great job tonight. If you're not picked yet, keep your head up. Teams are still looking at you. And again, if my Tyler math is still correct, we will see a bunch of you picked tomorrow. So many of you that we might be even drafting one or maybe two different quarterbacks tomorrow. So great job tonight, everybody. Thanks for having me on. We will see you in less than 12 hours. Yikes.
Oh, there's going to be a short turnaround before we get back to it here on the draft panel. Speaking of Blake Prine, Jason, your Houston Headhunters had a pretty successful night. How do you feel you guys did, and also your favorite pick from tonight?
If I want to sleep in my bed tonight, I better say the favorite pick of the night was having the wife join us in Houston. So I mean that's pretty cool to see her sit there and smile and do the little fist pump. She's a little shy to get on camera, but that's a great pick of the night. I think Isaac Knox going to Minnesota, seeing what they did with Hart last season. I think that was seeing him get land there is good, and then seeing Havo get to go to Jacksonville. After talking to him today and saying, man, I hope that's where I go. That's always fun to see. I think the biggest take for me in the draft is the amount of defensive players versus offensive players. There's still teams with holes on offense, and they're just doubling and tripling up. Seeing teams with 6 defensive linemen, seeing teams with 5 linebackers. There's one team that we're looking at that has now, I think, 3 free safeties and 3 strong safeties. So there's that. I can't wait to see how this plays out next season and how all these defensive players are going to be used.
So much to look forward to over the coming week, and again, a great night here in night 1. John, again, how do you feel your Seattle Nemesis did tonight, and also what was your best pick of night 1?
For Seattle, I think we did pretty good. I was kind of wondering if we were gonna do anything, like I said, for the draft, because obviously we had let everything go and not trade away and things like that. So just kind of seeing everything, one step at a time. It worked out. I couldn't be any happier with who we picked up. I think for my pick for tonight, maybe I'm a little bit more biased because of the position, but I was pretty happy to see Jonathan Haynes go. They dropped quite a bit. It's funny because I wanted my original build to be kind of what Jonathan Haynes is. So when I saw him, I was like, wow, like that's a great build. It just, at the end of the day too, you can always improve and things like that too. But yeah, Jonathan Haynes was probably my best pick of the night.
Absolutely. Well, that does it. That's us for night 1 of the Simulation Football League Season 2, Season 22, I should say, rookie draft. Thank you to all of you who stuck around with us tonight. We are effectively going to have gone for 4 hours, which is a bit longer than what we'd be used to here, but you've stuck out in great support, and we appreciate that so much. Again, the viewership has been sensational tonight. For Cam back in the studio, as always, we thank him for everything he does to put this together. Tyler and Jason will be back with you tomorrow alongside Brett Solberg to cover day 2, and also for myself and John Fullerton, we thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we will see you tomorrow for a further 25 picks you will not want to miss. Day 2, that's at 12 o'clock in the afternoon here in Eastern Standard Time. But for now, have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow for more Season 22 draft action.